Greetings out there to the Enclave family. I am Richard Tutulio, and I will be your conduit for this, the fourth and final installment of my series, Elegy of the Stars, where we have been following the adventures of Sir Gemma in the weird world of Polaris. So, to get things started, I'm going to have everybody introduce themselves and the characters they will play today, and then I'll get into a bit of backstory so you don't have to watch 9 hours worth of previous videos, and we will go from there. So, let us start down here in the bottom with Detour.
All right. Hello. My name is David Torres, aka Detour, and today I'll be playing my gunslinger Crow.
Excellent. Moving around, Afro, introduce yourself and your character.
Hello, I am AfroWalrus, or GMD. I'm going to be playing an illusionist named Majolica, or
Ex-
Majolica, however you want to pronounce it.
Excellent. And last but not least, Tomáš.
Hello, I'm Tomáš, also known as Tomáš, and I will be playing number 9 today, who is an undead Thane.
Excellent. I, of course, will be playing everybody else. And to give you an idea of who that will be, this all takes place in a world called Polaris. It is a frozen world as far north as you can go. And the beings there, beautiful, elven like, lived in harmony with the stars in a world cold and dark, but not unpleasant, just in communion with the night sky. And then one day the sun appeared and brought time to their world, and things have just kind of been going steadily downhill from there. The current state of Polaris, once a grand world city, there are now only four remnants remaining, the corners, the farthest away from the center of a once great city, the center of which is now the site of something called the Mistake. It is a roiling place of heat and steam, from which periodically the demons of the Mistake will burst forth and make war amongst the people of Polaris. But defending them are the Knights Stellar, those that have pledged themselves to individual stars and to the defense of their people. You have been following the path of one particular Knight Stellar, Sir Gemma. In the summer, when it is safer to travel between the remnants, you followed her, guiding a sister knight and a young couple hoping to make a new life for themselves in the remnant of Southreach along icy paths. They got trapped in a never ending ball held in a manor house in the middle of nowhere that had somehow survived all of this. And the first Enclave team joined them there and broke them free from the demon of the body and the demon of the mind that had trapped them all there. And while they were able to destroy the manor house with one perfect note that shattered the whole place made of crystal, only Gemma and the team made it out. The young couple, the sister knight, perished under crashing crystal roofs. The following season is the fall, when the knights, the bravest of them anyway, go on crusade and charge into the heart of the Mistake, hoping to take the fight to the enemy for a change. And Sir Gemma, dogged by the fact that she went out with a knight and a pair of citizens and came back with neither, keeping ahead of the rumors and her own shame, led that charge into the Mistake. She was not only going to go in there, she was going to cross swords with the Solaris Knight himself, the leader. And with the help of a second Enclave team, she achieved that. And they each disfigured themselves with a slash from the swords on the face. And she barely retreated with her life intact, thanks to that second team. Then came winter. The sun disappears from the sky. If you didn't look, at the destruction in the center, you could believe that nothing had ever happened and that Polaris was as it always was. And this is the time when people gather in the remnants, where they talk, where they plan, where they strategize. And during the middle of this strategy session, the second minister of the city, Lady Pixis, was found dead. And the wound was caused by what looked like a starlight sword, the weapons of the Knight Stellar. And so it fell to Sir Gemma, the knight that had arrived last after the murder was committed, to investigate her fellows. They discovered a demon of the mind that had taken over one of their number, but it turns out he was not the culprit. He was trying to embroil the second minister in a web of adultery that was going to bring down the whole aristocracy. The demon was actually pissed that someone killed her and ruined all his work. It turns out the culprit was, in fact, two knights that had turned from the worship of the stars and the veneration to that of the nullity of black stars, a black hole. And she had to take down these two knights that she had once called friend, while recovering from the frozen wounds their swords left upon her. And they left that one with the knowledge that they had named themselves Cygnus I and Cygnus III, meaning that somewhere among the knights still stands a Cygnus II. And that brings us to now. It is the spring. And unlike other places where there are great flowers and whatnot, what surges forth to life in the spring are the demons of the mistake. They pour out of the center like locusts. And with the first dawning rays of the sun after the winter, all of the people of Polaris stand transfixed. Aside from the Knight Stellar, every inhabitant of Polaris is staring at the sun, completely insensible to what's going on around them. Completely defenseless. And the demons know this. It is the easiest time for them to just rush into the remnants and slake their thirst for blood and flesh. And because they are completely unsensible, when the sun finally reaches into the sky, when we move once again to summer, and they wake and they start to go about their lives, well, they don't know the carnage that they slept through. And when the knights try to tell them, surely you exaggerate. It couldn't be as bad as you say. So, the mission statement. The people were dying at the end of the world, but hope was not yet lost, for Gemma still heard the song of the stars. The fighting has been especially bloody this spring. Again and again the demons of the mistake have thrown themselves upon Southreach's defenses, and again the Knights Stellar have thrown them back. Though the hordes have thinned, the relentless attacks have pushed the knights back to the innermost line of defense at the edge of the remnant. The pinks and reds of dawn inexorably lighten as the transition to summer grows ever nearer. The last great push of the demon army will come soon, before their chance is lost. At the head of the troops, the Solaris Knight, resplendent in his golden armor and ivory mask, seeks to cross swords with Gemma and see her broken before him. Somewhere among the knights is one who has given his allegiance to the nullity of the Black Star, and Gemma must join his fallen comrades in that nothing. A demon of the mind, cast out of Sir Rigel, has found a new host and weaves new webs. And as if that wasn't enough, a rainbow-eyed wanderer, the bastard child of Polaris and the sun, the shimmering Aurora, has arrived from the south, claiming that she is here to keep the promise she made to Gemma's grandfather so long ago. Your mission is to help the defenders of Southreach hold the line until the sun rises above the horizon. The heart of Southreach must not be breached. I open the floor to questions.
Mhm. Can you
How many
post
people?
that statement?
It
Just
is
so I
in
can.
the chat already.
Oh, okay, great.
How many people do we have to work with on the defending side?
There are a few hundred of the Knights Stellar, but they are spread pretty thin. The Demons of the Mistake pretty much do an engulfing strategy. Um,
How? Yep, sure.
no, go ahead.
How competent are they compared to us?
They are pretty competent in what they have to work with, is the way that I would best describe it. The Knight Stellar are all great warriors. Some of them are able to uh, do various magical abilities through their Starlight Sword. What is somewhat limiting for them is that the world of Polaris is almost entirely of ice and crystal and starlight magic. So a lot of things that you would be used to, metal armor, missile weapons, things like that, are absent from their repertoire because the materials to make them don't exist here.
So they do not know the glory of gun.
No, they do not.
Good. Which means the
Firearms,
demons don't know.
nope, nope. Those weapons are completely unknown here.
Okay.
Another important question. I have 3 credits on number 9. Do you
Hmm.
think it would be possible for me to pick up a bandolier
Hey, look, you have a
before
bandolier.
mission?
So
All right, thank you.
Outside of the Starlight Swords, what is the like magic level? Like, do the demons do
uh,
use magic, or
the demons, well, I take a step back. The vast majority of demons are mindless killing machines. They are pretty much bags of muscle and teeth that are just looking to tear whatever's in front of them. Um, there are a few above that that are mm, better equipped or better specialized, might be the way to put it, to allow them to do things. But it's really almost more a body horror level of things. Where it can get weird, however, are the demons of the mind. Those are the ones that they exist as thought, as weird shades of light, as poisonous mists, etc. And they can influence things in very strange ways. So, and what, if any of them, are currently present on this battlefield? Hard to say.
okay? Oh,
Uh, Roughly how long are we holding the line until the sun rises above the horizon?
Well, that is an excellent question. Being a land where time is pretty brand new, they're not very good at marking it.
Mm.
Um, it is one of those things where they all sort of know it's imminent. But is that the next couple of hours, the next day or two? Hard to tell. Um, your best guess, based on Enclave analysis of the situation, is probably on the order of hours. But
okay.
a couple of other little details. I mentioned that this was once like the outermost edge of a city. So it's got kind of a strange shape to it. Like it looks like almost like it would be like a triangle wedge, except the edge that is towards the mistake is a hollowed out curve. Like that's where the blast radius ended. Um, so it's got kind of a weird, you know, shape to try and defend. And those bits at the corners, where you've got the scoop part meeting the sharp part is always a weak spot. Uh,
Okay. A couple hours. Um,
the other thing I will mention is that when they refer to the heart of Southreach, there are governmental buildings towards the center, and that is where a good chunk of the aristocracy and the people that actually make the remnants work when everyone is awake are gathered. Um, if the demons tear through that, it pretty much takes out the vast majority of functional people in this city, aside from the Knights Stellar themselves. So it really is kind of the heart of things, and that's what you're trying to protect above all else.
no, we must protect the bureaucrats.
Yeah, well, that's kind of how it works for soldiers.
You are technically correct. Okay.
Best kind.
hmm Any further questions?
I think I'm good.
All right.
Yep.
Hearing no further, we shall move on to assembly. You are once again traversing the grandiose gray halls of Enclave HQ. Uh, the grayscale corridors, as always, lull you into your own thoughts as you are traveling through them, catching only occasional glimpses of color as you pass by other agents moving to and fro, guided by their own gray robed attendants as you are. After several minutes of walking in ever more winding routes, after you're absolutely certain you have to have gone around in a circle, despite the fact everything looks the same, and thus you have no way of verifying that, the attendants finally stop before a door and gesture towards it. This one is yours, agents. And with that, let's go ahead and say that Majolica has arrived first.
Hi. Majolica is somewhat short, big wizard hat, covered in weird tech. And first thing she's gonna do, as always, is head over and just boop boop boop, grab an energy drink and take a seat.
Okay. Let's have Crow enter next.
All right. Crow is a young man, late 20s, about 6 feet tall, 190 pounds, athletic build, um, dressed in your standard gunslinger gear of a leather duster. Uh, he is wearing a wicker hat, which might be a bit unusual, and has a crow with him, um, probably perched on his shoulder or something. Stroll in, kind of look around, nod toward Majolica. Howdy, ma'am.
She'll wave. Also, I have a uncolored picture that I put in the chat.
Nice.
Very nice.
So, yep. Given that, Crow would definitely immediately peg you as a mage, a magic user. For those who are not aware, Crow is not a huge fan of magic. He's gotten accustomed to his fellow agents using it. Um, but you can, kind of immediately sense the at least mild distrust.
And last but not least, totally normal, not magical, number 9 may enter. Uh,
Right. Number nine is a skeleton man wearing a sort of like a leather jacket with a bunch of pins. A whole lot of weapons on his back, which I will not even try to describe because I think I will forget some of them at the very least. And of course, he's coming into the room with a motorcycle and with a cigarette. How is he smoking the cigarette? Who knows? He definitely has no lungs, but that's besides the point. As he enters the room, he looks at everyone. Maybe excitedly, who knows? A skeletal face does not really convey emotions very well. Hey there! How are you guys doing?
Holy, what in the hell? That's.
Not the
He's
weirdest
probably
thing I've
like
seen.
looking to Majolica like that's an illusion, right?
No, no, that's reality. That's the world you live in now.
Yep, number is like checking his picture. It's all there.
I can give him a face if you want, but like,
Listen, you don't eat brains or nothing, do you? Because we might be having a problem.
I don't think he has a stomach.
I mean, you can look. Your first mistake is to investigate. I can certainly chew on some stuff, though. Listen, you look like you could use a cigarette. He's going to come closer, like reaches into his pocket.
He would accept reluctantly. Put a fair number
He's
undead
going to give
back
him
in the
like
ground.
Oh, sorry.
It would say, I've put a fair number undead back in the ground.
Well, maybe I will have to get your services then one day because I've been trying to die for a long time and it just doesn't seem to work out. But I'm getting used to it.
Oh no. Death never sticks.
No, I just keep living.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, quite so. I guess number 9 would at this point be just laughing obnoxiously for a bit.
Well, you're armed to the teeth, so I guess you're ready for this mission.
Well, actually, I usually prefer not to kill, but since we're dealing with demons from who knows where, I think I'll make an exception today. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, I'm not really suited out for combat, so I will let you guys deal with that for the most part.
Yeah, well, of course, I always, start a mission trying to negotiate, but it generally doesn't work. I don't think it's going to work this time, but if you want me to, I could perhaps, we can maybe try to solve this peacefully. What do you think?
Peacefully?
Yeah, just tell him to, go elsewhere.
Just tell him to fuck off.
Well, I ain't fluent in demon, but...
Yeah, well, neither am I. But listen, I've already dealt with this stuff like once or twice before, so...
Well,
yeah.
I usually negotiate at the end of a barrel. So... I guess we'll see. I've got your back, nonetheless.
How old is Majolica again?
Majolica is probably early 20s-ish.
And what is it that you do?
Magics, I reckon.
I'll take out... She'll reach up to her hat and she'll take off a small, like, clear piece of film and throw it at you. And I'm going to phantasm him flesh.
Like on his person?
Yeah, like I give you a face and like skin.
Well, I wouldn't see the face, right?
No, but you have like skin on your hands and stuff.
Well, that's disturbing.
What are you guessing? What sort of appearance are you guessing for number?
I mean, Majolica is from a very like cyberpunk kind of city, so you probably look pretty grungy.
Yeah. I think number 9 would like freak out. He like pokes through the flesh.
Actually, if you are looking at it and you poke it, it's solid.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah, I have ability perk, hard light sensory feedback. Phantasms give the sensation of touch if the observer is looking at it while attempting to interact with the phantasm.
Listen, he would like live this like, what the fuck? How does this work, right? Like, I appreciate the gesture, but I've at this point kind of gotten used to not having
Oh,
this. So
she'll just
it,
give her hand.
yeah,
And
yeah, please do take it back. I think at this point he's just going to take another cigarette.
I can do a lot more, but I don't want to. I don't want to blow through too much of my batteries in one day. Before
Yeah.
we actually get to the mission.
Of course, we are ending. We are working with like war ending demons and that sort of stuff. So
The attendant at the back of the room actually comes forth to address your group. Uh, Agents, I have been instructed to give you a slight addendum to the background information for this mission. Uh, at the very first mission, when we sent the group out to aid Sir Gemma, we indicated that her grandfather, who had been a great explorer of their people and actually reached the other settlements in Polaris that they refer to as the South. Everything is south of Polaris. And during his travels there, he was said to have met with people of the South who had promised to aid him or his family line in their time of greatest need. And being aware of this, we told the first Enclave mission that we were the ones that made that promise to Gemma's grandfather, and thus that is why we were sending teams. This is in fact not true. We took advantage of her known history to make our teams more palatable to Sir Gemma. This being that calls itself Aurora, that claims to be here to fulfill the promise to the grandfather, may indeed be the entity that made the promise. We do not know.
Huh. I kind of backsloping a corner there, but it should be fine.
listen, I trust you to deal with that. I am dealing with the demons. So. Sounds easier.
Just tell me what to shoot.
The attendant nods, moves to the back wall. Looks like they're idly drumming their fingers, but are in fact pressing a gray upon gray keyboard. And in the back of the room, 3 transport pads flare into life. Any final actions before transport?
Yeah. Joke will hop on the pad.
Okay.
Number 9 is going to get a can of beer and is going to drink the whole thing because he doesn't exactly, have a neck to work with. So just
Right.
the whole thing at once.
Shotgun the beer.
Where
I hate this part.
Where the liquid goes, nobody knows, but it doesn't fall out
It's
the
just
bottom.
soaked into
That's-
his. It's just soaked into his clothes now.
No, it does disappear.
Oh.
All right. The telepads flare into life. The ever unpleasant feeling of your limbs disappearing one by one washes over you. Your legs disappear, but you remain suspended in the air. The stomach churns and then is cut off, as is the beating of your heart. You take one final breath, those of you that have lungs, before they disappear. The effect reaches your eyes. There is a swirl of rainbow light, and you are elsewhere. The first thing that hits all of your senses is the cold. You are on it. You easily believe this is as far north as north can go. It is unpleasant, though not life-threatening out here. There is activity all about you. You can see to one side the absolutely beautiful crystalline remnant of South Reach. The whole place looks like it's made out of spun sugar candy and Swarovski crystals. It's just as gorgeous as an ice sculpture. Um, the sky over it is a pale pink and yellow. The sky of dawn just before disappearing. Um, you are currently behind what looks like crystal lattice work of some type with sharpened spikes out this way. So the remnant has no walls, but it looks like they have jury rigged these kinds of barbed partitions to act as defensive barriers from place to place. Knights Stellar are moving about everywhere. Um, Gemma is very easy to pick out, uh, partly because you have been, given a dossier with her picture, but she stands out from all of her peers. As I mentioned, they are all uh, elven is the best way to describe them, in that they are lithe, they are muscular, they are beautiful, they are white almost to the point of albino. Gemma has on her cheek a scar, and the entirety of that side of her face actually to you looks like almost normal pink skin, as everyone but number 9 would have. Um, but but on her, it looks like a horrible wound, totally foreign from the rest of her skin. The other thing that makes her very easy to pick out is there is a young girl. She has rainbow hair, a glint in her mismatched eyes, and she is currently floating slightly above and behind Sir Gemma,
Hmm.
just quietly watching her go about her battle preparations. Uh, there is no current battle going on. You're in one of those rare lulls where the besieging force is withdrawn to regroup, but no doubt they will be back soon. Actions upon port-in.
Are we immediately noticed?
Nobody has yet paid you any attention. No.
Right. How bad is the cold? Right. Is this something that is going to be bearable, or is this like we are going to die of?
No, it
You know.
will be bearable, though extra clothing would probably be useful for comfort's sake. Um, but no, it is not
All right. All right.
immediately
Listen.
life
Listen.
threatening.
Listen. Come on. And he's going to do this sort of like pseudo huddle. Like huddle. All right. Stop. I back at the museum where I spent a few decades just hanging out in the exhibit. I've got to meet these people. They were polar explorers. They had this bright suit that they would wear for these sorts of expeditions. And I think something like that. I could borrow it from the museum. It's not like they need it. What do you guys think? Could aid us? No. Also, I think it would be practical maybe if they didn't see my face. So, yeah.
I mean, we're here to help them. They really shouldn't care too much what you look like, but
Yeah, well, that's nice in theory, right? But it may not work out that way.
eh. I mean, I
Well, I've got, and he would just kind of pull his duster collar up a bit. I'm pretty comfortable, but what are you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking I should get us some good oats, and he's going to get cigarettes from his pocket and like hand them both to his teammates
Okay.
and activate 2 arms.
Okay.
And I want to conjure like polar explorer equipment for all of us.
can I?
Yep. Sorry.
I actually I might not want that. I've got my yeah. I'll just like I know I don't smoke. I've got a stealth suit. I can't have bulky clothes over the stealth suit.
No, of course, of course.
Yeah, I'm good.
You? And I looked at Pro.
So yeah, he had already kind of gestured at his duster for environmental protection, but he is looking at his boots and wondering how practical cowboy boots are in this weather.
Well,
Can I,
the
can
the
I
des-
conjure? Oh, sorry.
I was going to say the desired polar gear appears, and you are welcome to wear as much or as little of it as you choose.
Number 9 has the full set, like furs around his face,
Mhm.
just tiny little goggles, right? Pretty much concealing his entire face and everything. How does this look? He's going to like pose.
You look like you're ready to climb a mountain.
Sorry, what did you say?
It looks like you're ready to climb a mountain.
Hell yeah! And I would like to make that hell yeah very loud, because I'd like to.
Yes. Well, that gets us around to, hey, have you been noticed yet? Yes. Okay.
The answer is yes now.
And everybody kind of turns, and Gemma is giving you group this. Well, the first part of her expression is definitely recognition. Um, you stand out. There's only one thing you could be, and that is more of her strange friends from the south. Um, but um, she doesn't immediately uh, take a step towards you. The surrounding knights see you guys. Their immediate reaction is like, hands on swords, and then they like all look over at Gemma almost at once, like basically like, are they with you? And it's at that point that Gemma comes over to join your group. Aurora just silently floating behind her. Um, as she comes over and addresses you. So,
Wave.
so you're here once again. I see.
That's right, ma'am.
Looks like you need more help. Not that I've been here before, but
Mm. No, it has always been different members of your enclave, I believe you call it.
That's right.
And you claim to be fulfilling the promise made to my grandfather.
But we did come in a time of great need, heavy need up. So, and we are glad to help, by the way. Nice to meet you. My name is Samurai. He's reaching for a handshake.
And Gemma does reach out and take your hand. Um, as she does so, though, you notice she's moving a little stiffly. Um, all of the other people around here, like again, like think of your Tolkien elves. They are lithe. They are fluid in all of their movements. Um, it's against that backdrop that you can sense the slight hesitation and stiffness of her own movements. Um, and she offers her hands to the other two as well. She does not bother to introduce herself on the assumption that, as before, you all know her.
Yep.
Howdy, ma'am. Call me Crow.
Majolica.
The girl behind her just pipes up, "And I'm Aurora," but she already knew that.
Hello. Pleasure to meet you.
Ma'am.
You two do not smoke, I'm assuming.
Aurora just smiles, "Not unless set on fire."
Well,
I-
it happened to me a
that doesn't-
few times.
That doesn't happen a lot to you, right?
You'd be surprised. I am the daughter of the sun, you know.
They're good. Good.
Gemma,
Yep.
like even those of you without spirit can kind of read the pained expression on Gemma's face every time Aurora speaks. Uh,
And how can we help you, daughter of the sun?
oh, you don't need to help me. I'm just here to help her. Gesturing down at Gemma. I made a
See,
promise, you see.
Excellent. We have mutual goals then. Number is just going to be as loud as like and sort of like just gesticulating wildly, just to force this conversation to be over. We do not need to go into details of family history.
It also clearly makes Gemma uncomfortable, so.
um, Aurora actually floats a little closer to number 9 and is like peering in the gap between ski goggle and thing and just says right out loud, "What happened to your skin?"
Oh, I felt like I didn't really need it anymore. So I mean, I had a little bit, right? When you die, they do this like embalming thing with the bandages, but when you're slaying demons, which I do quite often, all of the loose skin is kind of practically falls off, and then you have to be picking it up one by one. It doesn't really work well. I've had it removed, which to be honest is true. Number 9 was initially a mummy, now he's a skeleton. So.
And
He wasn't going to expose that, but he's not going to get caught in this question.
What happened to your skin? Oh, I had that removed. Like,
Really got in the
fucking-
way when I was fighting.
It's like a mole. I just got it taken off.
you would not believe how breezy it is now. It's very comfortable. No. Aurora is just nodding sagely at this, going like she's comparing. Like, maybe I don't need skin.
Well, I don't know if it would be easy for you to remove it.
She's a human-ish person, right?
Let's put it this way: closer to human than with everyone around here being an elf. She is definitely closer to human proportions compared to them, but she's also kind of got that otherworldly thing going on. So
Okay.
You know what? Yeah, I say you enjoy the flesh while you have it. And he's going to give her like a reassuring pat on the back, which is absolutely not a threat.
This is not a threat. It's just how I talk.
she kind of like, well, you're going for the pat on the back, and she like lays a hand on the arm. "Oh, I intend to take good care of it."
Did that
Good.
sound like a threat?
Maybe then it's not gonna fall off.
And then her attention just swivels over to the pair, to Crow and Majolica. It's like, "But you two have gone with skin, I see."
I mean, I've got some synthetic skin, but yeah.
Ooh, that's
I
a
try to
big
keep-
word.
yeah.
Synthetic means fake, right?
Yeah, and she'll like tap part of her right wrist, and like a panel will open up and just shoot. And she'll close it.
Aurora presses her own wrist and seems really disappointed that nothing happens.
Well, if it's any better, I think this one is perfectly normal.
Majolica's a little chromed up for being in cyberpunk. So
And actually, like when you say that, oh, he's normal, that's disappointing. Anyway,
I'm anything but normal.
she perks up again, claps her hands a little bit.
I'm the best you've ever seen.
I find that you usually need some unusual qualities, to be in the job of, in the business of slaying demons and such.
Hmm. So,
How many demons did you slay, friend?
are you asking which?
Aurora.
Ah, how many demons did you say? Oh, none yet. I'm working up to it. Besides, my promise was to keep her family line safe.
Of course. Fuck, I just spilled like half a liter of tea in my
Ooh.
room.
Bummer.
ooh,
I'm going to be
Worst.
back in 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. Fortunately, his carpet is now caffeinated, so that is good.
Woo!
Uh,
Energized carpet.
That'll come in handy.
Indeed. So, uh, moving on, you can again see, the knights are sort of taking up their positions. It's sort of an odd battle line out there because while they've got, these various barbed partitions and whatnot, um, for especially, for those of you with the guns, um, you would be expecting them to like, take up positions behind them, setting up with missile weapons, things along those lines. Um, but these partitions seem to be more being used for funnels to make the incoming force come and meet them at the ends of it more than anything else. Um, and Sir Jem is like, I will certainly not say no to another couple of warriors. You can more or less take position anywhere. The fight will most definitely come to you wherever you are.
Right.
And
Looking around for a like vantage point.
okay.
But what's available?
Well, unfortunately, the area where you are on the outskirts of the city is pretty flat. Um, your two options for a vantage point would be to simply uh, kind of scramble to the top of one of these barbed partitions, which is only going to get you a couple of feet up into the air. Your other option would be to actually retreat back towards the city and find your way up one of the buildings there. You'd be a little bit away from the main action until, of course, the hordes start pouring in through the funnels, um, because these partitions aren't too far from where the city proper starts.
Not ideal. So yeah, probably just ask. Like, don't really see any good vantage points, places to post up.
Yeah, I mean, your best bet would probably be behind one of the partitions, just because, by definition, they can only get so close to you unless they start tearing the things down.
Yeah, then probably want to position himself to be at one of the partitions such that he can fall back toward the city as necessary.
Okay,
Post up over there then.
sounds good. Oh, mm-hmm.
Majolica will follow because she wants to be able to see the fight, but squishy mage.
Understood. What about number 9?
I assume the situation has been diffused a little bit in my absence.
Pretty much. Aurora stopped asking weird questions.
All right, good.
Yep.
And
Uh,
Gemma has moved on to, all right, I'm not going to say no to more fighters in this last day of the war. So, they're
well,
trying to figure out
of course.
where people are
No,
posting
I
up.
would be asking. I would be asking her before she
Mhm.
walks away.
So, do we have a battle plan or something of such nature?
Okay, I went over a brief version. I'll go over it again. Uh, Basically, you notice that missile weapons and whatnot largely absent. So, unlike taking cover behind the partitions with bows or whatever, as you might expect, or in even more advanced things, guns, these barbed partitions are more set up like funnels to try and force the hordes, towards a point, and that's where the knights are waiting. So there are a few stationed at the partitions themselves to kind of help hold them in place. But for the most part, it's just a funnel in and then a line of "you shall not pass" kind of at the entry points of the funnels. That's what they currently
And the
have set up.
patricians, they are substantial enough to not be scaled.
They are barbed.
Oh.
They are basically like almost like a hedgehog formation kind of a thing, except no one's holding the spears. They're just designed that way. Um, they are fairly substantial, but as you can see, like a few of the knights being put in place behind the partitions themselves to kind of support them, you get the feeling that maybe too much weight pushed on them can cause them to tip or be pushed aside.
Does this seem like the sort of landscape where a motorcycle would be useful?
Well, if you were traveling around behind the defense lines, having to move from one position to another, the motorcycle would probably be quite useful. Otherwise, the main advantage of a motorcycle here would be if, for whatever reason, you wanted to try and meet the hordes before they hit the funnels. Um, and, for whatever reason, you would want to do that. But like once they just kind of get funneled into the killing field, not so much.
All right. Hear me out.
And Number 9 is going to like lower his bandana and like reach for his cigarette at this point. He's been
Mhm.
exposed as a skeleton, so may as
Right.
well.
So, I've got this sweet bike here. If you think that would be useful, I could perhaps, ride out and try to distract them a little bit, circle around a little bit, shoot, that sort of stuff. Take the pressure off the main wave, just try to lead them away for a time. Does that sound good, or are we thinking a more just to, hold the line approach? Because I can do that as well.
Uh, Gemma,
I'm
for
Nipping at
quite
the
good at
flank sounds good to me.
I'm quite capable at being a good distraction.
Brian is going to be saying not being loud at all or something.
Mhm. Yeah, Gemma, for her point, it's just looking at your bike in utter confusion, having clearly no frame of reference for what this is or what you might use it for. So,
Do you want to try before we begin?
try? She echoes back.
Yeah, please.
He's going to be sort of like gesturing, like get on.
So it's like a horse.
Yeah, something like that, but way cooler.
And I think Number 9 would like sit at the front and like invite her over if she wants to like
Okay.
sit in the back.
Like once she's able to mimic your actions once she sees it in action. Also, when Crow's like, it's like a horse, you like see her like lips mimic horse. Like still nothing. You have not hit her frame of reference yet.
What's a horse?
It's like so,
Don't worry
but
about it, it's like a camel, but except it doesn't have the humps.
right.
Very useful explanation.
Aurora is nodding along. Gemma is not enlightened anyway. So she is now
And
sitting and just again utterly mystified. Somehow Aurora is not sitting on the bike, but is just floating behind Gemma, where like a third person would sit if there was room for a third person, which there is not. So
Perfectly fine. And number 9 is just going to do a small circle, just gonna go around,
Okay.
speed up for a little bit, but not for too much. But he's going to try to make a big point of how loud that bike can be, right?
Oh yeah. No.
Blaming on the engine.
So uh, the noise causes a whole bunch of knights to break position and rush to this area to find out what new calamity has befallen them. Um, and you see amongst like that crowd, uh, two other knights that are just basically holding the other ones back. You know, like you can almost see them pointing at Gemma. Crow and Majolica can basically make out at least some of what they're saying, where it's like, it's Gemma and her friends from the south. You know, weird things happen when they're on our side. Okay? Trust me on this one. You
If it doesn't help, which it probably won't, Majolica will phantasm herself a broom and float up.
That absolutely does not help at all. No. That invites a whole another round of questions that these two older knights have to tamp down again. Sir Gemma is clinging tightly to whatever is left of number 9's waist as he is.
Well, to be honest, there's a whole bunch of fur.
Yeah.
Right.
As they are, yeah, but that gets quickly compressed to whatever you. She is, in your estimation, freaked out, but extremely disciplined. Like you have no doubt. Like if you made a strafing run at something, her sword would be out, and she would just be aiming at whatever you went by. Interestingly, Aurora right there with you. Like at motorcycle speed, just floating behind her, keeping pace. And so you spin around a little bit, and by the time you come back to where you started, and Sir Gemma does not quite leap off the bike, but she's definitely moving with speed to remove herself from it. But the look on her face is, by the time you're able to turn around and see it, has smoothed over to, okay, interesting, definitely. You can see the wheels turning. I'm like, not sure how it helps against a horde, except to get away from them, and that in and of itself is pretty damn useful. This would also make courier work way easier.
Does she say any of this, or is it?
Oh, she's mumbling all of this. She's not actually talking to anyone, but she's like working through her thoughts out loud. Yes.
Trust me, I'm a professional. I've done this before. It's gonna be fine.
Then I will leave it to your judgment.
Of course, and he's going to do sort of like a military salute, but sort of like a mock one, like he does in drill book.
And she kind of replies, but like her salute is completely different from that one, But the general tone of the action is recognized. So after the assembled knights are kind of pushed back to where they're going, one of the older knights that had calmed down his fellows comes on over, and again, kind of like with your typical elves, it's like his hair has gone silver, where the rest are more white around here. So he's been around long enough to actually start showing his age. But it's still moving with the grace of everything. And just kind of comes up to Gemma. So, they've come back again, have they? You three actually... Oh, any of you that actually flipped through the pictures in the briefing And there were pictures, so maybe this part you actually paid attention to rather than the words. This fellow is Sir Kuma. He is one of the elders of the Night Stellar and went with Gemma on the crusade. So he has seen the teams that went on the second and third missions up close. And he is one of Gemma's oldest friends and advisors. And which is why he immediately is like, you know that you guys should know the drill by now. Calm down, you know. And it's like, all right, so I guess we can perhaps even pull back a few people from your position. You seem to have reinforcements. And
Yeah, we can handle ourselves.
if you are as skilled as the previous teams, I have no doubt of it. Though your investigators really need some more battle training. The Mission 3 ended with 3 Fordians trying to grapple one knight, and it did not go terribly well. They lived, you know, but...
Well, worry not. I'm certainly not here to investigate anything. Did Crow introduce himself to number 9? I do not remember now.
He does indeed offer his hand to all of you and introduces himself as Sir Kuma.
Yeah. Oh no. I meant Crow. Did Crow introduce himself to number 9?
I think he went straight to fuck zombie.
But you would have heard the name when the introductions were made to Gemma and the others. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Crow, you want to go with me?
Thinks for a moment.
I could maybe convince you of this. I mean, which is for a hand cannon.
Well, a little more up close and personal than I usually get, but
Oh, worry not. I
does seem pretty mobile.
I do not intend to be a god. And if I am, we'll improvise from there. Happens sometimes.
All right.
Nice.
Okay. So, number 9, Crow on the back of the bike. We're going scouting. Is that the plan?
Maybe not just yet.
Okay.
But once we see that there's like any signs of people getting like really ready for combat about to happen, then yeah.
Okay.
May I have a preparatory action here?
Of course.
Doing stuff. Take off my hat and kind of shake the crow off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Tell him, go on now. Have a look around. Let us know where that horde is at.
Very good. Very good.
This is an eye in the sky, of course.
I assumed as much. The crow needs a little bit of prodding, just because of the chill in the air, but of course eventually gets a going. And you start looking through its eyes. As the crow flies, it's only a couple of minutes. As you get further out from the city, there is more of like some kind of a mist in the air. It comes upon the bird even gradually, like, unlike a fog where it's like you're standing here and you look ahead and there's a fog. It's almost as just, your vision just kind of gets worse as you go forward. But eventually you come across, the horde is really the only word for what's in front of you. The creatures that there are the most of are basically, you can kind of think of, your generic ogre. Except, they're almost comically over-muscled, red skin tone. It almost looks like, you started with what you would consider going back to our previous conversation of removing skin. Uh, it almost looks like you just have exposed muscle over these bodies. There are bony protrusions that just kind of stick out, and in a few cases, it looks like almost like random spots, like as though they just have so much bone they can't contain it; it just bursts out in places. And that's your grunt troop, and that's mostly what this horde is made up of. In a few spots, you see um, they stand a little bit taller than these guys. They're a little less muscled, but the bone is much more pronounced. Just thick slabs of it, as though somebody went, why bother with armor? We can just make the skin bone instead. And they've kind of got it everywhere but the joints. And
Thanks.
yeah, pretty much. They also seem to be like sergeants would be kind of the best way to put it. Or just looking at how beast like these ogres are, maybe just like wranglers. They so people to prod these things in the right direction, kind of a thing. And it's largely like that, not quite as far as the eye can see, but a big mass of them.
Do I see Solaris?
You do not directly. Um, there is a let's put it this way: the troops appear to be backlit somehow. Um, and your guess is that if you were to head in that direction, you would find the Solaris Knight.
Well, that sure is a demon horde, all right. Y'all ready for this?
Ready as I can be.
I mean, it's a demon horde, so
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can really be ready for that, but that's besides the point, isn't it?
Sir Gemma just kind of unsheaths her sword, and it's like, it's not the first time they've attacked this spring, but we intend to make it the last. Her sword, by the way, not really. It looks to almost not be made of anything, kind of a thing. It's a crystalline hilt, and you can see the outline of a constellation on the outside of where the blade should be. And then it's just kind of a shimmering between those stars in the shape of a sword.
Ah.
And as you look around, all of the Night Stellar appear to have a similar weapon. Oh,
Okay.
one other detail about these demons that you should know. When they die, uh, they tend to splash around a lot of blood and gore. On the people of Polaris, getting struck with this stuff is almost like being burned by acid. For the Enclave teams that have fought this thing, it's just like being splashed with blood.
Okay.
But
Interesting.
But they're not sure if it's just what they're made of, the people of Polaris are sensitive to, or if it's that what's considered normal body temperature for you, a little uncomfortable, is very damaging to these beings of cold and ice and starlight.
Mm.
But in any case, a battle detail that will probably be relevant at some point.
Keep that in mind.
So, while the crow is watching, there is that there is no sound made, and yet you can almost see like a ripple move through the horde as like something is communicated through them. The big tanky ones start taking steps forward, and the horde begins to advance.
How far away are they before they reach our position?
Well, hard to tell because you're not entirely sure how fast they move. But
Hmm.
the flying crow got there in like 10, 15 minutes. So
Hmm.
no less than that, surely.
Yep. All right. In that case, I'll get my bike to go in front of the barricades, but I will not go further just yet.
Okay. Crow, Majolica, what are we doing?
She is going to go up higher above the battlefield. She wants to be up to where the crow is, I guess. Bird's eye view kind of area.
Okay, and I presume you're using your billowing cape for that effect?
Yep.
Okay. Uh, okay. The clock on your available time in the sky starts now. But, but you are drifting up to a vantage point. Aurora sees this and is like, I can do that too, and is rising next to you, going up into the sky. And Crow, where are we at?
Yep. I think I would just be taking out the Sharp's rifle, um, looking down the scope, looking in the general direction of where I know
Mhm.
the enemies are, and be looking for like the spots where they would start to show up,
Mhm.
areas where we might want to like utilize cover or whatever.
Gotcha.
You said they don't use missile attacks though, so maybe that's not a problem. The demons, I'm assuming,
Mhm.
don't are all melee.
The ones that you saw certainly look that way.
Then yeah, just
So,
looking for choke points and stuff like that where it will
okay.
be easy for me to start mowing down
Mhm.
demons.
Yeah. The annoying part of it is that whatever leveled the city back in the day left
Flat
everything a
again.
flat plane.
Yeah.
So, that's why they're making their own choke points with these various barricades that they've thrown up. Because otherwise, it really just would be basic entry into the city.
Yep.
Um, okay,
And
good.
so Crow is on the back of the bike, right?
Yep.
Or... Hmm.
All right, listen. That thing that you have there looks fantastic. Trust me, you may want to start with this.
And number 9 gets the hand cannon and uses his bandolier to
Mhm.
pitch a specialized round of ammunition.
Mhm.
I want the specialized round of ammunition, if you would allow it to be just like a firework that you stuff into the hand cannon.
Mhm. Okay. Are we talking like
Trust me.
one giant firework stuck in there? Is that what you're going for? Okay.
Giant firework to be stuffed in a hand cannon.
Like the
Okay.
firework that summoned the big dragon in Lord of the Rings. Just,
Right. It may not be the most efficient thing ever, but it's great for making an impression.
And he would look back very important later. Maybe would be like an implied thing, even though he cannot, of course, physically wing.
I
Right.
trust a man like you. I trust a man like you can make it work. Ah,
And he's going to give him like an obnoxious pat on the back,
Okay.
handing him the hand cannon.
Yeah. Looking skeptically at the hand cannon. Uh, well, I mean, I could shoot anything.
good. Wait for
Uh,
my signal. It's very important. Trust me. I won't take long. I have a plan,
Alright.
alright? I prepared something.
He claims
well,
to have a
feel
plan.
free to
Okay.
share.
What did Crow say?
He said, "Feel free to share."
Well, as they are going to advance closer, I plan to hype up the soldiers a little bit, right? And we need to make an impression. We need to call on the sun and set forth fire and all of that stuff. So that's how I intend to do that. This thing it's gonna explode, but I trust that you know that.
So you need something big then, is what you're saying?
Yeah, explosive, fire, that sort of stuff. And he's just going to stab his fingers. Someone a flicker of fire for no reason. 3 or 4 pluses to arcane, something like that.
Sounds like somebody's at my door.
All right. Well, I won't cut to her then. Okay. All right.
I would actually kind of like to start. I would actually kind of like to talk to Majolica if possible at all. I don't know how far away she is.
Well, I mean, she's kind of straight up. Unfortunately, she was the one that just went to go check her door, right? So we gotta wait a moment on that one.
No, absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely.
then we will pause here awkwardly until she comes back.
No, we can talk with Pro.
So what do you think?
So
Number 9 has his jaw like slightly downwards, excited grin.
So I'm gonna shoot this. It's gonna make a sun, and then all the soldiers are gonna be stronger. Is that what you're saying?
Well, something like that. It's yeah. The less you think about it, the better.
Ain't that the truth?
He reaches for a cigarette and it's one to go.
Thank you.
Of course.
Man, this place sure is flat. I wouldn't give for kind of darn hill, tree or something.
I could perhaps make something for you eventually.
Sir Gemma, who's nearby, kind of like, yeah. Well, you may get your wish eventually if these barriers don't hold. It's fighting building to building in the city.
I don't reckon it'll come to that.
I sincerely hope not. The weakest point is over there, she points. And there's you remember I mentioned they come out to like almost like the devil's horn shape?
Yep.
She points to one of those groups.
Okay.
And points out it's a larger cluster than the one she's currently got here, and says, that is where they have put Sir Rigel on the line. And Sir Rigel is the one who was taken over by the demon in the previous episode. It's like they don't trust him anymore, and they have surrounded him with as many knights as possible to keep an eye on him. That has me uneasy.
I absolutely understand. We'll try to drive them away from that area and towards here. Does that sound good?
And she nods.
Right. And if there's ever any trouble with that man over there, you just, scream. You'll have to scream quite loudly, given that's going to be going on.
Actually, can I just give Gemma my other earpiece?
If you would like to, certainly.
Yeah. No, don't bother. Just use this, and I'll hand her the earpiece.
So before you fly up into the sky, you give her the earpiece. Or are you dropping it from a high distance?
I'll just yell and drop it. Just take this.
I'm
Or is
okay.
it-
I'm okay with some slight retconning of you giving that before rising into the
Yeah,
sky.
that's fine. As
Um,
well.
and I believe number 9 wanted to have a word with you anyway. That will be easier on the
Oh,
ground. So
no.
let's do that.
Yes.
Majolica, come on.
Yep.
He's going to be like offering her a cigarette again, even though,
Like out jump. What?
even though
What's
she
up?
refused like 5 minutes ago. Here's a cigarette.
Just reflexive
So,
now. Yeah.
What's up?
Alright, listen. I am going to give a speech, and hopefully it's going to make the soldiers a little bit more energetic. I am not that great at giving speeches. I think you could make it, shine a little bit better. Whatever.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, like sparkles. That's
Hey, turn around.
you'll figure something out.
Turn around for a sec.
So what did you say?
Turn around for a sec, and I'm just gonna put something on his back that I'll work with later.
Okay.
It's just a thing for Phantasm later.
Just let me apply this kick me sign here, and we
Yeah,
are
just
good to go.
there.
Yes.
Just like I said, it's better not to question his things. So he's fine with whatever he has been in.
That. And after that, Majolica and Aurora head up into the sky. And on the way up, Aurora's like, "Can I see the arm trick again?" Like going to go poke at your wrist. Like,
You'll see it here. You'll see it here soon.
okay. Pretty soon the demons are gonna come, you know.
Yeah. Got weird shit at home too. Demons are.
She leans in. I don't really like them.
Most people don't. So, how about we play a game?
Mm-hmm.
The one who takes out the most demons between the two of us. If you beat me, I will show you a bunch more cool stuff in my buddy.
She thinks it over for a moment and then thrusts out her little hand. Deal.
Cool. Handshake.
And like the hand close over, you do that, and you just get this overwhelming feel of the pact is sealed.
That's new.
You know?
That's a new one.
So, again, it's just a pure visceral thing going, that felt much more solid than it should have. It's like,
Did I just sign a contract?
more or less.
Didn't even read the EULA.
All right. From the city behind you, you hear a banging sound, as though somebody was clanging against a tubular bell, sort of a thing. This crystalline ringing comes out, and all of the knights take their final positions on the battlefield. As clearly someone in the city has glimpsed the demons coming. Slightly before that bell goes off, Crow is sighting them along the scope of the rifle. From higher up, Majolica doesn't quite see them yet. And Aurora's looking out, going, is looking at them, is looking at you, looks at them, looks back at you again. Oh, she makes a wave in front of your eyes, and it's almost as though somebody had just put a pair of glasses in front of you, and your view sharpens.
Ooh.
The haze that was on the background is gone, and you're kind of you're now taking in that horde that I described to Crow, going, how did I not see? It's right there.
Maybe I should upgrade my eyes. That's next.
Okay. Actions as the horde approaches.
Number 9 is going to ride forward and then going to make a sharp turn, sort of drift around for a little bit, stop the bike so that he's facing the wall crowd.
Right.
You said there's a hundreds people with 4
Yeah.
pluses to vitality,
Mm-hmm.
and with number 9 being quite loud.
Yes.
Could I be heard by pretty much every soldier, or is that too
Uh,
much?
all the ones that are on this side of the city facing the mistake easily. There
Right.
are more kind of, encircling the city on the assumption that like there's some coming from all sides. But yeah, so far as like this corner of things, definitely.
Hmm. And I am imagining that there's like an eerie, like a eerie silence before the battle, right?
Just that banging of the bell and
Mm.
this growing, sound of feet and gnashing teeth as the horde becomes closer. Yeah.
Mm. And so as he's going to make the sharp turn, he's
Mm-hmm.
going to reach for his coach gun,
Mm-hmm.
aim it into the air,
Right.
and shout at everyone, "All right, everybody, hear me!" And he's going to use the coach gun, just
Right.
let a shot just go
Right.
into the air
And
to draw attention.
Was that the firework you had done from before, or is this a
No,
different
that
one?
was a coach gun.
This is just a regular coach gun firing. Okay.
Yeah. Crow has a hand cannon.
Gotcha. So all right, so you
What is
got
the reaction
you
from
got
the
one
crowd?
you got one shot into the air. You have everyone's attention.
Good. He's going to look at everyone, going to straighten up a little bit. So, waiting for sunrise is all well and good, but if the sun is slow to rise, why not make it rise sooner? Let it hear our voices, so that it may wake and rush to our side. And he's just going to do like this, and shout a little bit. Of course, activating both a Garfinks
Right.
and 2 arms.
Okay.
All those that respond.
Okay.
And he's going to also
Is that my
like,
cue?
He's going to like elbow into her.
Then do a nice little flourish with the what is it?
Hand
Hand
cannon.
cannon.
loaded.
Hand cannon. Yes, with the loaded hand cannon,
Mhm.
and then fire the firework up into the sky.
Okay. Now remind me, what are you having the firework look like once it goes off?
I think just like right. I think it's sort of like a like a regular firework, maybe sort of like loosely star shaped.
Yeah. What color?
Yellow.
Yellow will do. All right. So, the yellow vaguely star-shaped pattern explodes into the sky. What is the effect of the 2 arms? What are you giving them?
Missile weapons, whatever sort they would like. You said that they do not really know missile weapons, right?
Mhm.
I think javelins. I think they could
Yes.
intuitively use javelins. All of them getting like 3 or 4.
Exactly what I was going to suggest. So perfect.
Yep.
Basically, these jagged crystal javelins just appear next to all of them. They are pretty much everybody is just joining in the Garathings, making noise. It's interesting though. It's almost like you've caused an orchestra to warm up. Where you're getting all of those different sounds, and it's like, both cacophonous and yet very pretty to hear at the same time. Their battle cries are almost musical, like they're trying to find a shared tune that they all find significant, and you're just getting these individual notes going across the battlefield like a challenge.
Oh, can I use my revolver to kind of give them a bit of like a military beat?
Interesting. Sure, why not? You didn't know this was the 1812 overture. It's like, here we go.
I also assumed that was supposed to be my signal to make his thing even like.
Yeah, no. How you want to punch it up? What you gonna do?
So considering he was talking about the sun rising, that thing I had on his back is I'm going to use that to phantasm a image of the sun rising through a starry night behind him.
Okay.
Just it gets higher the louder he gets.
This it's interesting. It is an actual mixed reaction that's going through the crowd right now, because you see, on the one hand, the demon hordes themselves are actually strongly allied with the sun.
Hmm.
And yet, the sun finally getting into position and triggering the end of season is pretty much what they're all waiting for to save their lives. So, you kind of get that. I know that's what we're waiting for, but I still hate it. You know, as this the song actually does start to get actually cacophonous now, as they're like you hear them working out mixed feelings in their songs, but they rally, and Aurora, not to be left out, adds shimmering rainbows around all of it, you know, which nobody knows what to make of, because
I like this one.
so it's like
Number is looking at the rainbow and is thinking to himself, I cannot believe she would do something so stupid. Of course, thinking that is Majolica's doing.
right.
Like adding bunnies to the race car.
Yeah, there you go. It's like you've all looked at Aurora. Rainbows are her thing, Yeah. And so, like, everybody is like, it's the weirdest call to action they've ever had, but they're there. They know it's time to act. And you now see a shifting of positions a little bit as the knights take position to be able to at least get in one round of javelin hurling before they have to be the stopgap at the end of their funnels. So, and okay, they are, the Starlight Chorus is echoing their challenge throughout the field. They're getting ready to fight their javelins, and here comes the horde. As now, even those without the sharp eyes, it's like they've broken the, for lack of a better word, I'll say event horizon. Like suddenly that which was obscuring them from sight is no longer doing so. And this just wall of meat and teeth and bone is bearing down on the city. Actions.
You mentioned several different types. What is the biggest guy that is not directly on the front line? That also isn't like the giant knight guy that I assume we can't see yet.
Well, the Solaris Knight himself you cannot see at all.
Right.
But those intermediates, the sergeants, the ones that just look to be walking slabs of bone armor, they are kind of in the second rank, urging the first group of ogre demons forward. So that would probably be your biggest target.
Okay, I'm gonna like nudge Aurora and go, hey, watch this, as she like taps the side of her, like where temple is, and little lenses come out of her eye, and I'm going to viewpoint the biggest one of those I can see.
Okay. You are now looking through the eyes of a demon.
So you mentioned these things are kind of like just mindless meat sacks, right?
The grunt soldiers certainly are.
Yeah, these guys aren't all that smart either, though.
They are smarter than you would have thought.
Okay.
When you kind of get in there, you're looking through their senses a little bit. Do you have any perks or anything that like lets you poke around in their brain, or do you just have their senses?
So I have surface scan, which lets me read surface level thoughts.
Okay.
And I have one I'm going to use here in a minute.
Okay. So from the surface scan, the analogy to a sergeant is actually literal. They do have something of a battle plan, and they do have, a set position where they're supposed to herd their particular group of the fodder, to certain points on the defensive line. So they're not Rhodes scholars, but they're not mindless by any stretch.
Gotcha. From this viewpoint and being able to read their thoughts, can I get like an idea for like the signals? I assume it's like something with their hands, like they make a motion or something.
No, it's less. It's since you've got access to their senses, it's almost like an underlying vibration. Like how beings deep underwater It's not really like a sound, but it is still, something propagating. It's a similar kind of thing there. Um, a vocalization that you cannot sense would be the best way to put it.
Okay. I'm going to attempt to use my other perk then, which is brains are just meat computers.
Okay.
I can control one limb of the target,
Mhm.
but the viewpoint breaks if the motion is too jarring.
Okay.
It says the limb. I assume I can't take over that whatever organ that vocalization is coming from.
No, that would be like trying to take over the inner ear
Yeah.
or something like that. So no, not
So
really.
I'm just going to have it. I'm just gonna have it clobber the nearest few demons it can
Okay.
with its one arm.
Very good. Um, yeah, pretty much before it, well, you take control of the one arm, it swings down, and the nearest two demons next to it are just pulped. Um, its bone just kind of smashes them flat, almost like it was going through like a meat tenderizing hammer. Um, these things pop like a blister, almost. It just far more blood and ooze and
Gross.
ick than you would have expected comes out of this thing, splashing everything around it, and um, yeah, just quite unpleasant. At that point, of course, your viewpoint breaks
Yeah,
as
I assume that's
it notices, and right next to you, Aurora's like you actually see it now suspended in the air. Two for you, like it. Um, okay, back down on the ground. Number 9, Crow. What are we doing?
They're so stupid. I think this is gonna be a pretty easy job, huh? He's just gonna go speeding right towards the deadline.
Okay.
How hard is it to aim on the back of a moving motorcycle with
Uh,
with a sharp rifle?
I was gonna say with your skill and reflex, pretty easy.
Um, then I would probably also be aiming for sergeants,
Okay.
having clocked them earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Crow isn't the smartest man
Mm-hmm.
necessarily, but I think it's clear enough that they're a threat.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems reasonable that he'd want to go for them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Having looked them over
Mm-hmm.
previously and getting a closer look now,
Mm-hmm.
um, basically looking for soft points. I think his
Mm-hmm.
most obvious,
Yeah.
first thought of attack would
Mm-hmm.
be the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But
Um,
what's available?
I was gonna say, oddly, eyes less so. They've got kind of bony growths on the face that are almost a natural helmet.
Hmm.
Um, but like most suits of armor, joints seem to be the most obvious weak points. They still need to be able to bend. So
All right. Um, then yeah, I would like to. Basically, I'm going to be setting up a trick shot.
mm-hmm.
Um, I want to be looking for something behind
Mm-hmm.
one of these creatures.
Okay.
I'm assuming at some point I gotta look at the back of one of them,
Mm-hmm.
and their
Mm-hmm.
kneecaps are, or, yeah, the
Yeah.
back of their kneecaps
Mm-hmm.
are exposed.
Yep. Uh,
And
in fact,
look for that.
your best target for something behind the first sergeant would be a second sergeant behind him, and just bouncing it off his armor back towards the first one. Uh,
Perfect.
so, um, so your shot whistles by.
Uh,
Go ahead.
no, I owe you a paired action for that.
Oh, go ahead.
Um, Stylish flourish with the Sharp's rifle,
Mm-hmm.
so kind of picking my target,
Mm-hmm.
seeing the one behind him, and
Mm-hmm.
then yeah, probably saying
Mm-hmm.
to number 9 like hey, hey, watch this. And hmm,
Mm-hmm.
I think he would almost do like
Mm-hmm.
kind of like the pistol flourish, but
Mm-hmm.
with the the Sharps rifle. So completely impractically, but fortunately, I'm not inside or anything, so not gonna hit a ceiling. Twirl it around my finger and then
You
take
just
the
make
shot.
it look easy. Yeah. So you swing it around, you manage not to hit number 9 in the back of the head, and you fire. And the bullet goes whistling past your true target. It doesn't even know like anything's happened. It just goes right by him. Hits the second sergeant in the back, and you do get like a little chip out of his armor, but he's clearly sitting there. Ha! These weapons are ineffective against us. And then it bounces back and tears through the kneecap of the person who is your true target. And it's almost amusing. It's just like all of a sudden its leg doesn't work, and it has no clue why. Um, because it's never seen a gun before in its life. Uh, so it's almost like he's just trying to take his normal step. There's no longer a knee there to support it, and timber as this thing falls forward, um, crushing 2 or 3 of the meat demons under him as he lands, because they were not quite swift enough to get out of the way. And again, just blood and guts everywhere. Um, and the rest of the horde just climbs right over that guy. Like you're not sure how well the armor will hold up to the weight of the rest of the army walking over him, but we're going to find out because that's what's happening.
I was assuming getting trampled. That's Crow's hope.
Indeed.
Trampled to death is not a good way to go.
It's either trampled to death or it is weighed down with so many things that like it will get up after the battle, after they've all gone over him. Number 9. Aside from ferrying Crow into rifle range, what are you doing?
Lips of thumbs up. But besides that, I would like to use my banner to summon a horse-drawn chariot with a few mounted like javelineers or something of such nature.
Cool.
Do you think that's doable?
If that is
when I say horse-drawn, I obviously mean a skeletal horse.
Yes. If I'll just add, yeah. You know what? There was an exhibit in the museum pretty much like that. So sure, you get them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
24. So, though I would consider this to be a little bit of an energy work. So I just to give you a bit extra. Number 9 is going to, he's having the cigarette. And he's going to blow through the cigarette and use an arcane manifestation to just like turn it into an explosion of embers, like trailing behind the bike, and have it make a sound like a war horn, right?
Okay, gotcha.
And with his banner, he's going to. It's a museum promotional banner, by the way. So I imagine it's down. He's going to just undo like one string so that when he's holding it, it sort of like flows behind the bike. Right.
Okay.
It's riding forward. And he goes, all right, it's been number 24.
You got attenuated, but
yeah, but
great.
the spirit was there. We got it, and so I'll give you like a half dozen of these chariots and charioteers show up.
In that case, I think it's exhibits number 24 to exhibits number 34.
There you go.
Oh, sorry, half a dozen, 29. Yeah.
There you go. And and they'd be complaining about the cold, but they're skeletons, so they don't.
Shut up! We're working here.
And the roads are completely flat, so the chariots are certainly doing their job. Javelins go flying. I've decided to make them made of bone because that just amuses me. Now they can have the true museum quality ones. That's fine.
When they run out of ammunition, they just like rip off a raven.
So first wave of these flies out. Hits.
Sorry, one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since Garfinks is still active,
Yes,
right,
yes.
and I think number 9 is being pretty loud, and
Yes,
the bike is obviously
I would say
loud.
so. Yes.
I would like to.
I would activate my perk, which lets me summon a concert appropriate atmospheric effects.
Okay.
And as the missiles are heading towards their marks, I want to summon like a bunch of laser machines, like pointed at your opposing army.
Sure, why not? So, so you've borrowed the museum's planetarium laser light show to hype up the skeleton yeah. Um, like so she's like way back there, and yet somehow you can hear Aurora going, "Yes, more colored lights," you know. And they arc out, backlit by your lasers, and hit the front row. Um, it takes a couple hits to actually make a dent, just because these are like pretty dense things. But like once the javelin goes deep enough, it just explodes out. These things are clearly made to basically be grenades on legs. Seems to be the idea, and a very simple attack pattern of engulf and just go out. So the Starlight Chorus in the back is getting stronger with each moment. They're getting ready with their javelins, and then all of a sudden you hear like that chorus thing they're doing was kind of like this almost like background orchestral music, like almost like we hit the part of the movie. It's like, okay, start the fight song, and like Duel of the Fates is starting in the background, kind of a thing. And then it's almost like an aria takes the stage, and you're just getting like this suddenly like this loud flourish. That group of 9 knights that was pointed out around Sir Rigel seem to get so caught up in things that they have abandoned their post and are charging the horde.
Whose turn is it right now?
Say again?
Whose turn is it right now?
Pretty much all of you. I've announced this new little wrinkle.
Yeah.
The 3 of you may react as you wish.
Bro, should we do something about that, or?
I'll make. I probably. You guys are better in a fight than I am, so. How close is this guy's like cell thing to where we are?
Okay, so if their group, like again, imagine that kind of half semicircle leading to the horns. They're at the horn on the right. You were kind of more towards the center-ish, so they're some distance away to that side. You're moving as the cloak flies, at least for now. You're probably going to need to land soon. That's really not meant for indefinite hover.
Can I make my way over there?
Yes, you can make your way over there. Probably slowly descending on the way.
Sorry, Majolica is close enough to be in hovering range of us?
Well, I'm heading over to the guy who they just abandoned the cell of.
Yeah, she just saw the guy's break formation and is heading in that direction. No, the only person that Majolica can be in communication with is Sir Gemma, because she gave the earpiece. She's floating in the sky, though, so like if you look back, it's pretty easy to pick her out. But aside from that,
big glowing cape. So yeah, I'm gonna head over there and just like land right on top of his area.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll cut back when you've arrived, because it's going to take a little while to get over there.
Yeah.
Crow number 9. What are we doing?
Well,
Bro, I just made a plan in my head, but you better hold on to your head, because we are about to make a sharp turn. And then the bastard sword, which is like a Kopesh sword, if you're familiar with those.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And number 9 is going to go like almost straight into the enemy line, but then going to make a sudden turn last minute,
not last minute, last second,
Right.
using his shield, which is
Mm-hmm.
a kite shield,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to use the V2 effect, which lets my other weapon that I'm wielding have like added knockback.
Okay.
But I want to sort of like instead put like I want to instead take the knockback myself as
Mm-hmm.
I'm like charging towards the enemies, then
Mm-hmm.
making a sudden turn, and as I do, I'm just going to like strike a whole bunch of them to
Mm-hmm.
make a sharp turn and just start going sideways towards the small retinue of soldiers advancing.
Okay. I think I get that. Crow, what are we doing?
How many more of these sergeants are there?
Oh, there are quite a few scattered about the battlefield. If you want to take a few more down, you have your pick of targets. Uh,
Nice.
in your immediate
'Cause yeah,
field of vision, I would say you see maybe like there would have been about 10 altogether, and you've dropped one. So now about 9. So,
nice. And Majolica took out one as well, I believe.
yeah, that is so.
Probably would have seen that.
I stand
Um,
corrected. 8. You're right. I
and
mean,
yeah,
that guy
so
might not be, well, he crushed a person anyway, but go on.
oh yeah, that's true. Anyway, yeah. So Trickshot has a low cooldown,
Mm-hmm.
so probably you know, like lining up shots,
Yeah.
seeing what he sees, and
Mm-hmm.
then doing a few wacky things. I'll
Mm-hmm.
give you a few paired actions.
Go for it.
So how about um, flipping the rifle like around
Mm-hmm.
his neck and
Yeah.
then back around into a firing position.
All right.
Um,
So we're doing the nunchuck
as
move on it. Got it? You know.
yeah, exactly. Um, how about as number 9 is like doing these drift
Mm-hmm.
maneuvers, um, like bouncing the butt of the gun
Mm-hmm.
off of one of the demons as we're flying by,
Mm-hmm.
then back into his hand and
Mm-hmm.
into a firing position.
Okay.
Um, and I'll think of one more.
That's
How
2
about
will do
just
for now because that's about as many as you'll get on before we go to our next choice point. I think.
fair enough
Okay. So
and more kneecaps?
indeed. So we're continuing our game of deadly billiards as you're bouncing it off the sergeants in the back to take out the sergeants in the front. So, all right.
Yeah.
So in the time that number 9 is going to do his game of chicken with the demon horde, you crack off the what you around the neck, grab it, shoot. Um, yet another sergeant in the back is like, I am invincible. And then the one in the back, the one in the front loses another kneecap and crushes another 2, 3, or 4 of the demons around it. That one actually fell on its back. So, unlike the other one that had fallen face forward, this one you see try to get up occasionally, but nope. There's too much weight of demon on top of it for him to manage this. Then number 9 gets to the battlefield. Like, I'm going to run you down. Psych! And just turns the bike, swings out with the Kopesh. You get a little bit of mutual knockback where some of the demons go flying, you go pushed this way, and are now heading in the background. In the background, like not exactly like explosions are in the distance, but in this case, it's more like wall of blood. As the things that you struck with the Kopesh just kind of go off. The backs of you guys, as you're skittering away, kind of get splashed. And again, warm, icky, it's bodily fluids, but you're fine aside from whatever mild disgust you feel from this.
First time I has had blood in a while.
And you are now heading in the direction of the cohort of knights that are just charging. Meanwhile, back at the
Yeah, sorry,
mhm.
can I establish just one more thing before
Sure.
we get there?
Mhm.
A quick thing.
Yeah.
Right. Number 9 reaches into his pocket and gets a full pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
takes like 5 at once
Mm-hmm.
and hands them back to Crow. Crow, I need you to take a large breath and hold it for a little bit. He's handing him 5 cigarettes at once.
Okay.
That's
Gotcha.
Crow accept.
Little busy here.
Yes, I am. Now you are a capable man who can handle it. He's just going to shove the cigarette back into it.
Like shove it into his mouth. He's like,
Hell yeah! He's going to take 5 of it for himself and take a comically large breath.
Oxygen is for chumps. Take these. Anyway. Okay. Cutting back. As Majolica is heading towards the exposed area, Gemma is now immediately in her ear. You know, can you see what is going on over there? Why did they leave their posts?
That's what I'm checking on. You said they looked like they got caught up in the.
Yeah, it looked like where everyone else was getting a little bit jazzed up, that group just got majorly jazzed up. And as you get over there, the one knight that has stayed at his position there is Sir Rigel.
Okay, and is that the guy that wasn't the guy that was
That was the guy that was formerly taken over by the Demon of the Mind.
Okay.
The one they were all worried about. Everyone but him has run off.
Okay. Funny. Let's see. What's the cooldown on Viewpoint?
That is an excellent question.
Mid. It's mid. I don't.
Okay, so that's going to be a little bit before you can do that one.
Yeah.
As you're going down, you can see Lord Kuma, who is with a group of knights between where Gemma was and where Rigel is, sending some of his knights over, but they don't have like nearly enough people to fill the gap that was supposed to be covered by 10 people. Aurora is gliding down with you into the gap, and basically in the middle of what should be a series of these barbed partitions leading into the killing field where a line of knights is supposed to be meeting them is a very nervous looking Sir Rigel. Just to describe Sir Rigel, a lot of the people on this battlefield, they're dressing fairly Spartan. You know, they've got the minimum warrior aesthetic. Sir Rigel looks like after the battle, he's expecting to attend a ball. Like, he is not only out here ready to fight, but he is somehow doing it in a higher class of material and look than the rest of them. And like,
there, buddy?
you would almost wonder, like, why is this dandy in the middle of all these knights? And some people, again, Spartan for the battlefield. He's like, got the more resplendent cloak. They're trying to, like, high person of importance on the battlefield kind of a thing. And you land almost at his feet and just, I tried to stop them. I swear I did. They wouldn't listen.
No, it doesn't seem like they like you that much right now.
He deflates even further than the situation demands. He's like, yes.
I think he's a bit too tall for me to pat him on the shoulder, but
you could probably get at least most of the way there. It's like, you don't need to remind me of my status here.
Well, let's see.
But I answered the call, and I am on this line. I am this line now.
Let's give you a little more help. And I'm going to, again, take like the clear sheet from my hat and just throw down throw down 3 of them. I'm going to phantasm 3 more knights.
Okay. Are you kind of modeling them on the knights around? Are you making copies of Sir Rigel? What's the idea?
I am. Imagine they're like mechanized versions of the Starlight Knight of the knights.
Okay. Cool, scary, cool. They're like, oh, good. What southern sorcery is this? Anyway, so Sir Rigel now has 3 freaky mechanical knights around him, and and the look on his face is like clearly, thanks. Like he's not really. Anyway, and
Look, if you're the last one to be on this line, then they'll have to increase your standing a little bit, probably.
So he gets into place with his brothers. It's just, he's like almost over your shoulder. He's like looking over at Gemma, like, you better be right about these people.
Also tell her what's up. Like they just got too excited and ran off.
And she's just like, but that's Sir Soren's group. He's one of the most disciplined we've got.
What's that mean? You think they're compromised or something?
I don't think he would have broken formation unless he saw something we didn't, or unless it wasn't his choice.
Great. Okay.
Gonna hold you there for a second. As you're looking out across the battlefield, you can see this group of, about 9 knights or so. They've pretty much lined up in like a perfect V formation. So they're basically just going to phalanx their way directly into the oncoming horde. And unless they're a lot better at this than you think they are, that's probably suicide. But this appears to be the plan, such as it is. So number 9 and Crow that are kind of zipping in their direction. One thing that you do notice as you get closer, the way they formed up, they're holding their starlight swords on the outside of this V. Either this is going to be a problem, or they're ambidextrous and they've got enough left hand and right hand knights to do this. And you're noticing a shimmering wall almost along the line of swords as this V is heading in.
So sorry, they are forming sort of like a V-shaped formation, right?
Yeah, you can think of it roughly like a phalanx, except there really isn't the group in the middle that there should be.
Right, and we are seeing multiple people.
There are about 9 of them, yes.
Yeah, but like there's even more than there should be, right? The shimmering people that you described.
Oh no, there were 10 knights at that position. All but Sir Rigel ran out, so that's the 9. And it is just like a force along the outside, as though along the line of swords is like a force field or a wall. And they're now moving forward as like this arrowhead of force towards the oncoming horde.
And I'm assuming it's you're riding for where the chariots are following me, right?
Oh
So,
yes,
like,
absolutely. They're not quite as fast as you are, obviously, so they're
Yeah.
somewhat receding into the distance. But yes, they are following. They are throwing javelins at the oncoming horde as they can.
Would I be able to intercept the advancing army before they are met with the fighters that are charging forward?
Yes, you are on a motorcycle. You can easily get there faster than they can.
Very good.
Uh,
So number 9 takes. Well, he gave 5 cigarettes to Pro, but number 9 is not a casual smoker, of course. So he's going to take at least 10 cigarettes at once.
as he's driving towards them, he's going to take his Kopesh and just sort of like strike it into the ground and make a line as he's going with the bike,
Okay.
and just make a continuous line.
Mm-hmm.
He took a deep breath, and at this point, he's going to let go of all of the smoke he's been holding in.
Okay.
Right? So, just making billowing smoke at the advancing army of the demons to conceal what is happening, while using the line with the Kopesh to summon a shield wall in front of them.
Okay.
But I want to do this like just before them, right? Like it appears like literally
Right.
in front of them. So
You want it to
trip
spring
around
up
it.
so they just slam into the dang thing.
Pretty
Okay.
much, yes.
All right. So they are completely caught. Actually, the one question I have, how far ahead of the knights do you place this? Are you trying to get it as far away from them as possible? Or
As early as I can intercept the advancing army.
gotcha. All right, so you get out there.
And my question is Crow cooperating with me here with the 5 seconds?
Well, he's along for the ride.
You definitely jammed a couple of cigarettes in his mouth, which I guess he couldn't spit out. But
you could use shootout on the cigarettes.
So I was thinking about a shootout. So quick question.
Yep.
I don't think number 9 ever asked for the hand cannon back, so I'm assuming he still has it.
Sounds right to me.
Yeah, no. So number 9 is driving a bike, sort of has a sword as well, and is holding onto a banner. So.
All right. So rifle slung back over the back, taking the hand cannon back out, reaching into my pocket, handful of change, including bad penny, stuff it in there. Then taking out the revolver, and okay, can you tell me a bit about this cigarette stuff that you're doing? What is the cigarette is church warden pipe?
It's a church warden pipe, yes, but number 9 is just like looking to obscure the vision of the advancing demons while summoning a line of shields in front of them, which they promptly just would crash into, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm reading this as an arcane manifestation, but needing the smoke to as a source.
Got it. Yeah, basically looking to see what magic I have around the area to key off of. Well, what this hand cannon was used before was a firework. So what I would like to do is activating my shootout with a flourish of a like double. I want to do a double like toss each gun in the air, swapping hands.
Okay.
Catching, shooting, activating both a shootout and a trick shot.
All right.
I am trick shotting off of the bad pennies that are getting shot out of the hand cannon.
Right.
Activating my perk. I forget what I call it. Hex shot. Where I can pitch minor magical effects to occur after bouncing. I want the bullets after they bounce to be fireworks.
Okay. That sounds cool as hell. Yes, that we will do that. Okay. So, all right. So a whole lot of things happen at once. Okay. The wall of smoke billows out. That laser machine from before that is still coming along on a chariot like lights it up, and you get just like this opaque wall of light coming up. The mindless bags of meat don't care. They're just going to barrel right through it like they barrel through everything else in their lives. They meet the irresistible force that is the shield wall. They bounce off it, leap backward. A couple of them hit it hard enough that they explode, and like just blood and ichor is just now like coming down the shield wall like the worst windshield ever when the bugs come across it. The second wave steps right over them, hits the shield wall with a little less ferocity this time. And if you've seen those, documentary about like the ants stepping on top of the fallen bodies to scale over something, that's kind of what's starting to happen at the front of your shield wall. Meanwhile, from behind, and it's a good thing number 9 doesn't have ears, because there's like a gun to either side of his head, and all sorts of bullets are just firing off everywhere.
He does have 1+2 sensory.
Then this is gonna hurt anyway. So.
But he's also used to being in the front row on death metal concerts.
Well, did he get earmuffs from the Arctic gear?
I don't think so.
Okay, so bullets just start tearing through the front rows of the hordes. Little fireworks bouncing off here and there. And just interestingly enough, none of them seem to care about the fires about them. Like sparks are flying off, the flashes of light, all the things where you would expect, like, ashes and direct bits of the firework to like burn exposed skin. Completely unaffected. They don't notice it at all. But the bullets, those they recognize. That's just, and again, just rows of them are just exploding and popping as bullet after bullet just keeps coming out of your guns without any need for human reloading. It is about this point.
And change. Don't forget the change.
And yes. We must not those nickels are taking down people. No, they're not. But anyway.
High velocity coinage.
But it's true. These things must not be discounted. In any case, you're cutting a fairly impressive swath. The knights are now. So first off, they've seen, the pair of you and all this weirdness. Also, every so often, like a javelin just flies out and something farther back pops. But they're compared to shootout, a little less impressive. Anyway, so but the knights are just about to hit the shield wall themselves from their side. And they don't appear to be slowing or stopping.
Sorry, the knights that were advancing? Out
Yeah.
of formation?
Yeah, they are, you put your shield wall between them and the opposing army, and rather than like turning around or stopping or whatever, they just seem to be single-mindedly continuing to go forward.
Okay. Quick check. I have 1+2 sensory.
Mhm.
I have some pluses to spirit, 2 pluses to spirit.
Yes.
Do they seem to be like taken over to pretty much just go rush towards the nearest source of danger, or do they plan something at the very least?
As near as you can tell, their plan is much like the demons they're fighting. They have put up their starlight walls, and they're planning to just drive this arrowhead made of themselves into the horde. The other thing you're getting from your 2 spirit is that, like, you were walking around the knights earlier. You were getting that usual mix of, fear, excitement, preparation, etc. You are getting just a single-minded charge into battle vibe from all of them.
All right. At that point, number 9 is going to make a sharp turn
Mhm.
right in front of the advancing army.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to be holding onto his Kopesh sword,
Mm-hmm.
and which is a bastard sword,
Mhm.
of course, which
Right.
is supernaturally good at parrying attacks.
Mm-hmm.
He's not being attacked,
Right.
but he's going to parry regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So all of those weapons that the soldiers have to parry, as he's like riding by, he's going to sort of like parry them and send them backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Using his other hand to hold onto the banner and the shotgun, the coach gun that he has at once.
Mm-hmm.
He has had this speech initially, right, with the coach, open the speech with the coach gun. So
Right.
he's going to try to do that to snap them out of what he's assuming is mind control. As he's parrying them and forcing them to stay backwards, he would even be like making the bike come to an almost complete stop. He would scream at them, "Soldiers, hold the line!" And again, sort of like for anyone that tries to advance further.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But he's stopping and trying to look regal, pharaonic.
Gotcha. Okay. Gonna hold there for a moment. Cut back to Majolica.
Oh, four pluses to vitality.
Yeah. No. But noted. Okay. Cutting back to Majolica. All right. So you witness all of this. Shield wall popping up, the smoke laser light show, Crow firing a career's worth of bullets into the front of the army right now. Sir Rigel is standing there nervously with his 3 mechanical knights. Aurora is clapping at the laser lights. What are we doing?
Well, I feel like I'm falling behind a bit on the kill count here. Well, I'm still beating Aurora, though. She hasn't taken out any.
It's true.
So, hey, Aurora, can you... How fast could you get us over there? To where the fight is?
Over there?
Yeah.
Snaps her fingers. You're just behind the knights.
Oh, fuck. Okay, how large is the shield wall that number 9 put up?
I'll let number 9 answer that. Like how big a shield wall were you thinking?
So how tall are these demons? I'm assuming like 7 feet or 8
Yeah,
feet, something
that
like
about. Mm-hmm.
Right, so the shield wall would be guide shield-ish, a bit smaller, right? Because it would be sort of the Egyptian shield, so
Right.
it would be quite wide. Also kind of tall, but not necessarily that tall.
Yeah.
So just suited perfectly enough for someone to trip over them.
Gotcha.
Someone who is 8 to 9 feet tall.
Okay. And the fact of the matter, it's like it is just kind of like a semicircle in front of the knights. The demons, when they are either a little bit smarter or move aside in such mass as to push people to the sides, will eventually figure out they can go around it. But we're not there yet. This is still like mosquito at the window trying to get through it harder,
I just keep pushing against this invisible wall. I will break through eventually.
This
Okay.
appears to be the game plan. Yes.
So I'm going to tap the communicator. Hey, don't freak out. To Gemma, just don't freak out. Just something weird's gonna happen. And I'm going to use veneer.
Okay.
And I want to turn into that sergeant that I viewpointed earlier.
Alrighty.
And I would like to use my audio synthesizer to copy that sound it was making. And just, no, you're not charging this way. You're charging that way, back towards the army.
Okay. So, step 1, the veneer. That's easy. What is your paired action for that usually? I know some people do like a paintbrush.
So,
how does your hollow hacker do it?
It really depends for her. For something bigger like this, she's going to probably take her hat, twist it, and the illusion is going to spread out from underneath the hat and then come up over it. Because it's quite a bit taller than her, so its head is probably up above
I was going to say, painting yourself but taller is always a tricky bit, so I like that. We throw the hat up, and the illusion comes down. And now you're a sergeant wearing a hat. No, you're not. You paint that out last. And okay. So
The hat just glitched out.
that part's easy. Um, then the second part is, I mean, you look the part, and now you're trying to engage this audio system that is completely foreign physiology to you.
Hmm.
Um, and well, no, you've got 2 intelligence. So, all right. So, copying exactly what you heard, you're pretty sure you can figure out, but that is definitely going to be the same order to advance that everybody else was sending.
Right.
Um, so, is your hope basically to detour them to come at you, or are you trying to send them backward?
I'm trying to send them backwards so the demons clash into themselves.
Okay.
This
So,
mindless meat monster should attack a mindless meat monster. They're just looking for something to cut.
okay. Um, let's see here. 2 intelligence, 5 luck. Okay. Uh, yeah, you're tweaking with
like
it.
me speaking the exact sequence of words in that foreign language.
Yeah, it's it's one of those. It's almost like tuning a radio dial.
Yeah.
Trying to like this erupts into just chaos at the front. It's like some of them are going left, some of them are going right, some of them have jumped up into the air. Like you're getting. It takes a while for you to dial in the exact signal you're looking for, and then eventually you end up sounding the retreat. Most of the ones up front don't get a chance to worry about these weird signals coming at them because Crow shoots them before they can figure out that something weird is going on. Uh, so the front wave starts pushing back. And this is where you discover that, like, the one thing that they do know is friend from foe. That's about the one bit of mind they've got. So, as the front ranks are like turning around and coming back, you're getting this like weird interference effect where like they're trying to push past each other, but they're not actually ripping and tearing into each other. And, it's like, 2 sets of, American football players. Like the linebackers are just kind of slamming into each other as they're trying to find holes in the formation. Um, Cutting back to number 9 for a second, who's trying to, you know, run his Kopesh along their line of swords and try and snap them out of things. Um, the Kopesh, as it's going along the line, it breaks whatever they were doing to form this protective shield that was in front of them. So you've successfully broken that. So now, on the one side that you were going along, that protection has been broken. But they seem as determined to charge forward as ever. You bark out your command, your authority, your your everything to just with by sheer force of will tell them no farther than this. And one of the knights who is at the back just looks at you with solid purple swirling eyes, and it smiles at you. They won't listen, you know.
Two pluses to spread inside our inference.
Mm-hmm.
Would driving out this entity from this particular person solve the issue for everyone, or does everyone seem to be possessed to the same?
It is hard
level?
to tell. The source of whatever's going on here is clearly the entity inside that knight. But it is unclear if driving it out of that knight is enough to break its effect on the other knights.
Do I think that Crow would be able to handle the bike? He wouldn't, right? He has no idea of how a bike works.
Okay, so he's seen motorcycles before,
Okay,
and he has 4 skill,
fair.
and he's ridden horses his whole life.
I cannot exactly give you the quick rundown though in this moment.
Also, if
Crow.
you
How confident does he feel with his 4 skill and being able to handle what he's seen?
okay, um, driving the bike probably okay. Obviously, you're going to have to free up a hand. There's no way you can like guide this with your knees while firing multiple guns as you have been. Uh, but but yes, you feel reasonably certain you can drive this bike.
All right.
Listen, Crow, all you need is that this is how you have speed, and you do not worry about nothing else. All right,
Alright, he can handle it. I'm just going to be getting off the bike and like pat him again in the back, like sending him forward.
Yeah.
Just crawling over him to get behind. You're in control now.
Accidentally, rev the bike and like jump forward. Oh shit! Oh, I think I got it. Hold on now. Whoa there, girl. And try to tame it like a bucking bronco.
Use. I mean, wouldn't it be fun to use a standoff on the bike?
All I can say is don't try to feed it sugar cubes. That doesn't go well in the gas tank. Anyway,
You don't know. Maybe it runs some sugar.
oh, yours is biodiesel. Well, okay then. It's like no. All right. So you're transitioning. The shootout obviously drops to a low murmur at this point while you're making this transition. The one night at the back, like the other knights in the phalanx are just continuing their march forward towards your shield wall. Um, they're either really confident they'll be able to break through it or completely unaware that they're about to run into a wall. One of those. Uh, the the knight sees you jump down and start to approach. The
before he
go ahead.
sorry, before he does, I get the Kopesh. Number 9 is holding onto the Kopesh, the sword, and the banner, holding
Right.
the banner in the same hand that he's holding the shield.
Right.
And he's going to maybe like as he's getting off the bike, he's just going to sort of like slam the Kopesh into the ground, relying on his 2 + 2 might to somehow make the blade get embedded in the ground. Actually,
Okay.
not exactly a blade made for stabbing.
No, not really. But
Pluses to might.
yeah, no,
And
you
he's going-
manage it. Yeah.
He's going to use his free hand to equip a death mask that he has, which
Okay.
is skinned as like a pharaonic mask that you would have in a braille, right? And he's going to once again loudly scream out, "Soldiers, you follow my command now!" And he's going to activate 2 arms on himself. And besides just the pharaonic mask, he's going to summon like a full regal armor on him with like
Okay.
a flowing cape backwards, fully impractical for battle, but obviously made for battle. Right,
Yes,
like this
yes.
is a pharaoh charging into battle on a chariot. He doesn't need to be practical. He needs
Right.
to look impressive. And he's going to spin around he's going to spin around the what is it? The Kopesh in his hand, like over his head,
Right.
and talking to the one possessed soldier. And you fucker, I have dealt with dozens of your kind. He's just going to charge and going to be like almost making it seem like he's going to sort of like use the blade to hit at the soldier, but no, he just stops and like uses the pommel to punch him in the face.
Okay. So we'll just back up slightly here.
Well, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. This is
No,
what
no,
he's
no.
going to do.
You're making some preparations before battle. So is he. So let me give you your full information here. Okay. So the the knight that's got the purple eyes shifts the starlight sword into his left hand
Hmm.
and holds out his right. And there is nothing in his hand, and then suddenly there is nothing in his hand. There is a screeching sound as though the world is being torn open. There is a sudden tang in the air, like a smell of ozone. And there is this a purple and a red, almost so far to the edges of the spectrum that they cannot be seen, outlines the shape of a sword in that right hand. And the being just smiles. You know, taking over this Night of the Dark Star was the best choice I've made in a long time.
Am I overwhelmed by the screeching up to the point of not being able to act properly, or am I still kind of fine?
It is disturbing, but it is not necessarily stopping you from your action. Now, before I go on with that, remind me the effect of the death mask on other people. I know it's general, like discomfort and whatnot. It's been a while since
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
adjudicated one.
Let me check. Eerie face mask inscribed with imagery, whatever, repels all others while worn, causing intense discomfort if they come too close. Make eye contact, etc.
Gotcha. Okay,
Um,
well,
s-
fortunately, the
but
knights were
I'm
moving away from you anyway, so that's still happening.
yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
No, I'm kind of trying to lean into the sort of like commanding,
yep.
aspect, which it
Um,
does not have, but we are sort of adding on to that.
yeah. Okay. Um, cutting back to Majolica for a moment. Um, so all of that weirdness has just happened in front of you. Um, you're still working on the aura to tell everybody, no, really, retreat. You know, as long as you can keep up the
Yeah, I'm
the
just
faux thing.
constantly sending the retreat signal.
And Aurora next to you, she's been watching everybody do their thing, and then kind of casually just looks over and picks out another one of the sergeants in the crowd, and two rainbow beams of light lash out and blast a smoking crater in the thing's chest. And it just falls over. And that scoreboard that she marked 2 for you, that is still in the sky next to you somehow, she just reaches out. He's bigger. I think he counts as 5.
Okay.
And just
Forgot this was also a child.
um, okay. So, before we get into the sword fight between mummy and demon, uh, what is Crow up to now that he has figured out and semi-tamed the bike that he is on?
So they witness the happenings.
Yes.
All right. It's probably gonna be drawn back toward that.
Mm-hmm.
Have I mastered enough to hold my revolver while driving?
You
While
you
right,
think
hand,
you will be
hand
okay?
over, still holding the
Mhm.
handlebar, but with
Yeah.
the revolver in hand, so I can occasionally turn to one side,
Mm-hmm.
take pot shots.
Yes, you feel reasonably certain that for brief periods you can control this thing with one hand while firing with the other.
Sweet. And yeah, just making my way toward screeching weirdness.
All right. That's his new name. No. Um, so, all right. So you're turning around. It'll take you a little while to kind of like reverse course. Um, all right. Number 9. Your opponent is now fighting case style. Starlight sword, one hand, whatever this nullity thing is in the other.
Wait,
What's your plan?
And fighting as in like standing menacingly or like actually charging into battle at this point?
Well, you were approaching him.
I stop.
Okay.
And again, he's going to sort of like just lean the Kopesh sword against his side, sort of for a little bit. 2 pluses to spirit influence.
Yes.
This demon creature thing would probably enjoy a dramatic fight, wouldn't it? It is pretty full of itself, so that's what number 9 is assuming.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And as he's approaching with the furrowing death mask and the Kopesh sword, he just stops suddenly, very casually, puts the sword down, starts removing the mask, just sort of like throws it to the ground. You know what? Fuck you. And he's going to reach into his pocket for his last cigarette. You will be reduced to ash, just like everyone else, and devoured by the sands, just so you know. And he's going to very casually, breathe in the smoke.
Yeah.
And as he's breathing out, activate an arcane manifestation and just summoning a bunch of sand, like a sandstorm in this exact location.
Okay.
And number 9 has let go of the Kopesh sword, right? A very regal weapon in his homeland. I mean, I think 2 arms isn't off cooldown, but it's rather thematic here, and it's only a small ask. Can I summon like brass knuckles for my hands instead and go in for a face punch?
Okay.
Only once this sandstorm comes in, of course.
Gotcha. So, the sandstorm comes out.
Oh, sorry, if that helps also. Number 9 is dropping the banner to the ground, thus dismissing the chariot riders.
Right.
Like even further extra, he just doesn't care about leadership anymore at this point. Like,
And to be honest, a lot of those chariots are being overrun by big meat demons anyway, so they're grateful to no longer be there. Okay. So the sandstorm flies out, and the knight angles himself so that nullity blade is between you and him, and you see all of the sand that you have summoned drawn into it like a vacuum. So when you do come in with the brass knuckles, his vision is not obscured and he's ready for you.
Fuck.
So, fortunately, there are 2 other people in the area that might be trying to intercede. Majolica, Crow, any actions?
Yeah. So, seeing the kill count go up by 5 for 1 kill, Majolica is going to do 2 things. First, she's going to toss one of her glitch bombs, or the smoke bombs, into the crowd. And then she's gonna do the thing she did at the beginning, and she's tap her wrist, and her hand is just going to like unfold and rotate into a revolver, and just unload all 6 shots into the crowd.
Okay. And by the crowd, what are we defining as that?
The crowd of meat beasts, demons.
Okay. Gotcha.
I would also like to hope that with my 5 luck, one of those shots is going to ricochet off of a sergeant and into like not a very important area, but somewhere that would injure the guy who is currently possessed.
Okay, unfortunately, the sergeants are like well back.
Way in the back.
I mean, at the moment, you've got like shield wall, your knights,
True, the shield,
and all the demons are on the other side. So there's no way a ricochet is coming back.
No, I got you.
Okay. All right, and Crow, what are we doing?
Okay, so now that I can see like the result of the commotion. What
Yeah.
does Crow witness?
Okay. So far as the encroaching demon forces, uh, Majolica's counter order has created enough chaos that like nothing's actually coming forward. You figure that's probably going to resolve itself fairly soon, but you've got this lull where you don't have to worry about them immediately. The shield wall is up. The knights are still charging into it. They're probably going to slam into it themselves in just a second. And then you've got number 9 facing off with this two swords guy who has out-feinted number 9's feint and is coming in with the starlight sword to stab at him.
Well, then I am probably going to just quickly whip out my revolver and take a shot.
Okay.
In defense of number 9 and his opponent.
Okay. And I presume you are just any particular aim or just a snapshot and whatever you can get, you can get.
For now, yeah, probably trying to maybe deflect. Sorry, it was a blade. What was the weapon?
In his left hand, coming for number 9, is the starlight sword.
Right.
In his right hand, in a defensive thing, is the nullity weapon.
Yeah, probably going for the sword.
Okay.
Or sword hand, whatever he thinks he can hit.
Gotcha. All right, let's see here. So, the pistol shot rings out. The brass knuckles are coming in. The counter thrust is coming out. The shot does, in fact, hit the knight's sword hand. But you notice it's able to, like, just twist the thing just a bit. You don't actually get the hand, you get the cross piece on the sword. So he doesn't take damage from it, but the sword is not completely out of position. It kind of scrapes along number 9's side. And with the high resilience, it doesn't do much more than, like, that coat is never going to look right again. But number 9 himself is doing okay. Except as it's scraping along the side, you actually feel the cold much more intensely than you have before. As though the blade is like leaving a cold trail as it goes by.
All right. And this guy is defenseless now, right? Well,
he's still got the nullity sword. The starlight sword's been knocked out of position. The null sword is still between you and him.
Does he look at all shocked, or does that seem completely fine?
He is surprised, mainly because that kind of a missile weapon is outside even his experience. But so far as wounded or anything, no.
Right. In that case, number 9 is going to laugh, spit at his opponent first, and then hopefully.
All right. So you're coming in again. All righty. So you're coming in with the brass knuckles again.
I'm spitting at the nullity weapon as sort of like a last ditch distraction.
Okay. Majolica, Crow, any actions?
How close am I to number 9 and the possessed guy?
Pretty close. You would come in just behind the knights as they were charging forward, so you're not far from them at all.
Okay, cool. I'm going to unclasp my cloak, and using the smoke that number 9 put up, my smoke bomb, and the stealth of my stealth suit, I just want to sneak up behind the night guy.
Okay. You have successfully done that, so far as you know.
I'm going to just place my hand gently on his spine and use my taser.
Okay.
It's a shock clip, but it's a taser.
I saw your item. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You sneak up, and just as you know, number nine's coming in with the brass knuckles. One of these swords is going through number nine. It's almost certain. And then you come in with the glove. The shock goes through the knight. That null sword immediately winks out of existence as you cut its concentration. The knuckles come in and smash the guy in the face. And it's, well, you are now knocked back into Majolica, who you did not know was behind the knight. But the knight is not, it's like caromed into her and is sort of thrown back a little bit. And as those two are kind of untangling itself, you see a purple mist leak out of the night and start drifting across the battlefield. At this point, the running phalanx of knights have slammed bodily into the shield wall. And they have reacted about as badly as the demons on the other side did in hitting it full force, not realizing it was a thing they had to worry about. Speaking of which, I did mention that when the demons were at the wall, they were doing the ant thing of climbing on top of the dead bodies. So they are finally getting at the top and are swinging down at these now stunned knights that have slammed into the wall.
Right.
Actions.
Do they seem back to their senses?
Not at all, no.
So essentially what you're saying is that I freed one guy.
Yes.
Probably.
The three of us
he's mostly unconscious right now, so it's a little hard to tell how much his mind is working. But
do I feel like we're checking with 2 pluses to spirit, right? Mm-hmm. There's any still more possession within him that's guiding all the others, or is everyone else?
Your 2 spirit is basically saying the thing that is controlling everybody is that purple mist that's leaking out of your guy. And that something that might disrupt it specifically further may be required.
Yep. Okay. I dispel my at least one of my all of them. Both of my brass necklace thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I reach for the Kopesh as I'm just like shouting. Well, he's not even shouting at this point like loudly, just like angry. Like, oh no, you're not going anywhere. He's going to use the Kopesh, pretty much the blunt side of it, to shove the magical mist back into the soldier, right bearing capacity against magical attacks, by the way. And with his other sword, he reaches for his nostrum, takes out the cork with his teeth, and just empties the entire nostrum into the possessed soldier.
Okay. All right, so you see it starting to escape the knight. You're like, oh, no, you don't, and smack it back in with the Kopesh. And I love that imagery so much. I'm letting it work. And then we have poured the nostrum down the throat of the warrior so all of his wounds are healed, and how are you screwing with him for the side effect?
Well, ideally, I would like to screw with the mist, right? Because I was kind of expecting it to be this sort of like null thing, which is going to draw in the nostrum. So I don't know. I think it would be sort of seeing a lot of distractions, right? Like super heightened sense to everything.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Like a highly heightened sense.
Yeah,
Just,
you're
like
trying to make just looking at things painful. Gotcha.
Yep.
Your side effect is basically a migraine, and I'm good with that. Yeah, and that actually works out pretty well. The
And,
being.
I want to do one more thing, so
Yep,
if
go
I
ahead.
may. And right after I empty the nostrum
Mhm.
into the soldier, I
Yeah.
want to grab him both hands,
Mhm.
look him in the face, and just scream full force, full loudness.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Doing
scare the shit out of you.
doing some exorcism with just pure
I'm,
loudness.
I'm gonna scare
Scream
him
therapy.
straight. I'm like, okay. Um, what you have successfully done is trapped the demon inside the knight's mind. Every time it tries to like open its eyes or look through the knight's senses in order to escape the body, it gets lanced with this sensitive pain that you've thrown into it, and it can't focus enough to leave. So it is now trapped in here, unable to do much more than hold itself together. The knights that were clawing at your shield wall are slowly starting to come back to themselves. Um,
Would you say that? Would you say that the banner is off cooldown or not yet? High cooldown.
not quite yet, no.
All right. Okay.
Now, moving to the army for a moment there. Um, the that again interference pattern you were dealing with on your side um, has not affected the wider army, only like kind of the little circle part where you are, and off to your left, heading towards the funnel point where Sir Gemma and her knights are. Uh, the a huge bunch of forces have run by your little grouping out here and are heading for her choke point. In the wake of that group is where before those sergeant types were just kind of scattered here and there. You actually start to see now a solid, almost like Praetorian Guard style group of them. And by the bright light behind them, the Solaris Knight must be in the center. And Aurora sees that and it's like, half brother,
Only
always
half?
causing trouble.
I guess, yeah.
Sir
Uh,
Gemma really hates him.
I mean, I can see why.
I think she deserves a chance to take him down, don't you?
I think that'd probably be for the best instead of a group of outsiders doing it, right?
I think she'd appreciate it that way. Aurora snaps her fingers again. Sir Gemma is now with you.
Just like
And
mid-swing demon.
and yeah, like mid swipe, just like takes one down that's coming around the shield wall. Immediately, the same way number 9 was trying to do before, rallies those 9 knights who now listen to her because their minds are no longer clouded. And they start getting ready to reform that phalanx. And Sir Gemma like looks at the three of you that are in the area and just points at the Solaris Knight. Are you with me?
Fuck it. I'm gonna pick up. I'm gonna pick up the sword that the one knight that's knocked out has.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It's like, keep this.
She looks down. Yildun. I should have known.
You said the other sword just like stopped existing, right?
Yes. It never had a physical form. It only existed while the knight was focused upon it. But his
Okay.
Starlight Sword is real. It is oddly weightless in your hand.
Well, good, because Majolica has no might.
Only the hilt has like any feel to it. It's like, like if you're miming swinging a play sword, that's what swinging this thing feels like. Like it literally has no mass. The other
I have
knights
swung a sword
kind of
like one time.
the other knights kind of frown at you taking it, but they don't stop you. Uh,
But I'm out of bullets. Like unless I can, I don't know if I can reload that. I've never had to.
mm-hmm. I mean, you probably could if you had the time, but anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Your quarry is in sight. Gemma is just basically going to send the knights in a arrow formation charge like they were doing previously. What would the rest of you like to do?
Can we see the Polaris Knight yet?
You
Or
can
the, sorry,
see
the Solaris Knight.
you can see the flare of light from behind the tall sergeants. That definitely means the Solaris Knight has to be behind them. And it's almost like catching a glimpse of somebody behind like, a fence where like you can kind of see like in the occasional gaps as they're moving, a flash of the gold armor, a flare of its sun sword. Um but otherwise not really.
Okay. Majolica's gonna step back for the time being. Just let the others that are more combat ready do stuff. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
What is Crow doing?
Good question. I guess something I was thinking about. Does this like mind demon
Mm-hmm.
possessed, like, does that
Mm-hmm.
seem under control, or
It does, so long as the side effect of the nostrum uh, disables the knight. That demon also seems to be disabled.
great? One less thing to worry about then. Hmm. Dang. Still no places to post up to get a better vantage point. That is frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
I have a thought.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to summon up my crow once again,
Okay.
and get a better look at the
Mm-hmm.
Solaris Knight heading towards us.
All right. The 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 simple fact of the matter is birds don't really exist here either. So, like, no
Hmm.
one's looking towards the sky. Nobody questions what this weird black thing is with the flappy things. It's like they're completely disregarding it. So yeah, it's easily able to fly over this guard formation and find the Solaris Knight behind it. Um, and it's pretty much as has been described. Um, it is as lithe and elegant. Like it is not demonic in any way, shape, or form. It has the same lithe beauty of the people of Polaris, except where they are silver, it is gold. Where they hold a sword of starlight, it holds a sword that is the flames of the sun. And it is wearing a ivory mask that is concealing its face. And you know the reason why he's wearing it. Sir Gemma has cut him on one side and disfigured him in an earlier battle.
Right.
And it's just walking confidently in the middle of its guards, heading forward.
Do I see that Gemma is heading toward uh, the Solaris Knight?
That is clearly her intention. Yes.
Then
She has just
I'm gonna
rallied
start-
the knight, started the shield, and any minute now they're going to start a full charge at this formation.
Allow me, ma'am, and start clearing the path
Mm-hmm.
by taking out the guards
Mhm.
specifically.
Okay.
Sharp's rifle, of course.
Of course. All right. So Crow is going to start thinning the herd from here with the Sharp's rifle. Number 9, what are we doing?
First, checking how much of the initial wave have we cleared out at this point.
Everything that was coming for the weakened spot of the line, a lot of that got thinned out. The stuff that was going to the left, it's mostly unimpeded, heading for the choke point where Gemma was. But you can see the knights have formed up there. Your javelins are being used to good effect. But presumably they have thrown back hordes like this in the past, and with luck will continue to do so. But yeah, the city is still very much under attack.
But the current wave seems to be thinned well enough that this doesn't seem to be a problem now, right?
You think so. You think so.
I would hope so. Okay. And now there's a bigger wave approaching with much more organized soldiers, right?
It would be more accurate to say that the cannon fodder has all been pushed ahead, and now that presumably anything that might be truly harmful has been rolled over by this, now the leader is coming forward.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just going to. I'll call the crowd.
Crow, you still need a bike.
No, I can get around all right.
Good. Sorry, I want to stay here.
Just doing a little target practice.
All right, well, if you need help, let me know.
And number 9 is gonna get on the bike,
Mhm.
and of course he's bringing his soldier with him, the one that has the Eldritch Horror enclosed within.
Okay.
They are going for a
Alright.
ride.
Are you strapping him to the bike somehow? Because he is not sensible enough to grab on.
I think
Strap him
just
to the
like
front.
throwing him over the bike, if that works.
I will let you know if you hear him flying off.
I mean, feel free to say no, but I feel like there would be like a little bit of like a rope or something on the bike,
Yeah,
right?
if you want to take the time to tie him down, you can.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just pointing out that will take a little bit of time, in which other things may happen. That is.
That's perfectly fair because
Cool.
honestly, I feel like number 9 has been doing so much, he deserves a little bit of a pause. To also recollect
That is
his,
fair.
recollect
So
his
you
thoughts.
successfully hog tie a knight to a bike. Okay. And Majolica, what were we doing again?
She's going to be following Gemma and the others a little bit, still
Okay.
using the stealth suit to stay unseen.
Okay. So, the knights break into their charge, and they are fast. Majolica is being left in their wake as she is
Cardio.
moving forward into her stealth suit. Aurora has finally abandoned your side and has once again taken her position floating just behind Gemma. And that wave of the starlight starts to form So they're now like a solid arrowhead. The cracks from the Sharp's rifle fire out. It's a little bit trickier getting them from the front because it was really like the backs of the joints that were weakened. But for skill, little bit of patience, you know, you're finding it's taking you a couple of shots in the same joint to like crack off enough bone that you get a solid shot through. And by the time they're about like, you'd say like maybe halfway to where they're going, and you have managed to. Are we still targeting kneecaps?
Yeah, I if I can get the eye shots, I would probably take that.
Okay.
Though you did mention they have some helmet-like
Yeah.
protrusions that might make that difficult, but
It,
maybe at this range it might be easier.
okay. Well, we will go for the head then. Incidentally, the answer to the previous question, do those other guys get up after being trampled, is no. You, uh, should any of you like go by them, surely Majolica would have noticed this. Eventually, that bone carapace they're in did crack under the weight of enough of these things climbing over them. So, anyway. All right, so you keep firing off, and it's kind of similar to what I said before. Like, the first couple of shots are just cracking pieces of bone off the helmet until finally the fourth one just goes right through. And almost as if this is a semi-practiced maneuver, it goes to fall back. The two to either side just kind of catch it and fling it forward, so that there is no harm of it falling backward onto the Solaris Knight. And the whole rank just kind of slides forward again, like, they slide to fill the gap. The Knights are almost ready to engage. You manage to take down a second one in the same manner. When they're at about the halfway point, number 9 is finished tying down his package to the back of his bike. What is he doing at that point?
How far away are they from the line of dead soldiers?
From the line of dead soldiers. Yeah. Okay, if we are referring
to dead demons,
right? I know why you're asking, because you can make some of them pop back up again, I believe.
Not necessarily. That would be for people that I used 2 arms on earlier.
True.
So,
well,
they would have to be allies in the first place.
They are in the middle of where some of the killing field was, so there are. But a reminder that most of these things sort of exploded when they died. So, like, the remains of them are questionably together at best.
Would there be enough body parts in a particular area that it would be able to form like a decently sized hill if it were squished together?
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be an especially stable one, but yes, you can pile up a mound of meat, basically.
Yeah. Pro, are you still looking for that hill or vantage point or whatever?
Oh, always.
Let me take care of that. And he's just going to like ride towards Crow and extend his hand, like get on the bike.
Sit on the Knight.
I was going to say, pull him up, land on the guy.
There's space back there.
Yeah, on the guy. We've established that. Thud. It's like. Anyway.
Are there still guards up?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he had like a good 10 or 12 of them. Because of how long it's taken to break through the bone, you took down like 2 before the Knights are about to get within attacking range.
What about this? Gesture towards the battle about to go down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where we are headed.
All right, do this thing.
Oh, yeah. And number 9 is going to go forward, reach towards like a larger pile of bodies, which is not too far away from the ongoing battle.
Mm-hmm.
Going to draw a line with the Kopesh around them,
Uh-huh.
and then draw his shotgun,
Yeah.
his coach gun,
Okay.
fire into the ground
Mm-hmm.
to use the knockback from the coach gun,
Uh-huh.
have the motorcycle leap into the air,
Mm-hmm.
as he's going to just sort of like land on the pile of bodies.
All
And
right.
as he has drawn the line, he's going to, with a thud against.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just going to slam the Kopesh against his bike,
Mm-hmm.
to summon a shield wall around it,
Okay.
a circular one.
Gotcha.
And then he's going to physically, with the Kopesh, which has sort of like a sickle-like
Right,
protrusion,
right.
right? Going to catch onto one of the shields and physically start pulling inwards to force the shield wall into as close as a formation, a circular formation as possible,
Okay.
creating a little sort of like a tower in the battle.
Okay.
Right?
So
The
long
walls
as
are actual shield. Yeah, walls are actual shield wall. The inner building blocks are flesh.
right. So I was going to say, so long as the shield wall itself is active, you have a nice stable tower on which you can quickly scramble to the top of. Once the shield wall itself wears off, you will be in the middle of a disgusting pile of meat. So just so we're clear.
Number 9 is hoping that the battle is not gonna go on for much longer.
That is a reasonable assumption. Okay, so
Can I say that? I let my engine of the bike like running to keep up gear things, or rather activate again?
I'm good with either of those interpretations.
Sure. Because I'm kind of looking to draw attention to us in a fortified location, right?
Yeah.
Like we can handle it.
Crow, are we scrambling atop the meat pile?
Oh, even better. I have a grapple gun. I'm gonna grapple gun my way to the top of the beat pile.
Just
Not.
hook that onto the edge of a shield and leap yourself up. And
Yeah.
And there you are. Vantage point achieved. Majolica, as you're jogging by in your stealth suit, you see that your companions have stopped to make a meat tower, and Crow is just grapple gunned himself to the top of it. Are you just kind of passing by the spectacle, or where are we doing?
Yeah, she'll look at it like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Sounds about right. Yeah. So,
Are you asking them, or are you just thinking?
Yeah, as she's running by, she'll like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
and all of a sudden, the stealth is dispelled. Hey, look, it's Majolica.
No!
While improvising, I assume.
Camera is just like pulling on the shield wall still.
We are improvising. What else do we do? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh.
You want to get up
Okay.
here?
No, I'm good.
All right. Well, the battle is that way.
Okay.
If there's if he's going towards the battle on his bike, I'll hop on the bike.
Okay,
No,
then.
no. I'm still making the fortified thing.
Oh, okay, then I'll keep going.
All right. All right.
Alright.
So by the time Crow gets up on the perch and the thing is put together and Bajalik is heading on, the night phalanx has now hit the guards. Now, what's interesting is that starlight wall really does seem to be solid. They slam into these things like a battering ram and literally force two of them aside. It's at that point that they sort of like, once they've got that gap open, they sort of break formation, and instantly, 4 knights to either side, their starlight swords crashing down on these uh, guards, while Gemma leaps through the gap to face the Solaris Knight. And, like, just for a brief moment, there's just that pause where the two of them are regarding each other. Before each one with a battle cry of their own, Gemma lets loose with another one of those, like, almost like perfect operatic clear notes. His in response sounds almost like hissing static. If you've ever heard a recording of the sound solar flares make, that is roughly his battle cry as he's coming forward. Okay, so gonna go with Crow, since from a distance he's probably the first to be able to do something to affect this battlefield. What are we trying to do?
Yep. So yeah, at a distance and nice up in the air in the crow's perch. Taking the moment to scope in with my sharps rifle and getting the increased zoom in vision while sighting. I want to like really go for the whites of the eyes.
Okay. So we're targeting the guard still. Okay.
Yeah.
So you get there, you sort of.
I don't want any interference for Solaris and Gemma's fight.
Yeah. So you're aiming, very close to the eye socket, blast out a lot of it. Before it can recover and move aside, the second bullet smashes through. And that one's. And again, similarly, the one behind it just slaps it forward to make sure it doesn't fall on the boss. Number 9, what are we doing?
Bro,
Huh?
how good are you with a ballista?
I could shoot anything.
All right.
And I'm gonna get my banner. The banner is off cooldown now, right?
Yeah, that sounds fair.
I want to summon a bunch of skeletal guys.
Okay.
They do not even need to be particularly armed with anything. I'm imagining like sidearms, like short sword or something, whatever.
Right.
Not really important. But as number 9 is going to summon the soldiers, holding up the banner high, he's going to say,
All right, soldiers, start mounting the siege weapons, otherwise none of us are leaving here alive.
and I want to do a 2 arms and summon a bunch of siege weapons.
Okay.
for the skeletons and Crow as well. While
All right.
on top of this 45 position.
So, what I'm going to give you here is we usually, we're talking roughly like in the half a dozen of peoples showing up.
Yep.
So that, from my admittedly D&D level knowledge of siege weapons, is about enough to run one.
Oh, sorry. I'm summoning just guys, and the siege weapons are a 2 arms.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying you've got 6 people, and while you can create a bunch of siege weapons, 6 is about enough of a team to run 1, maybe 2.
Fair.
Is what I'm saying.
So if that's fine with you, we are getting a onager for the skeletons.
Okay.
And we are getting a ballista for Crow.
Done.
Crow said he can handle it. That's it. That's his point.
And if I'm remembering right, onager's like one of those primitive catapult-like things, right? Or am I misremembering? Okay.
More sort of like intended to send forth a bunch of shrapnel,
right,
rather than like large cannonballs on it.
And the siege weapons appear. The skeletons dually start loading it with what they have handy, which is piles of meat with lots of bone bits sticking out of it. And all these things we exploded must be good for something. What?
I imagine a lot of this like eldritch fleshy, whatever soup thing would be quite flammable, right? Consider that a lucky
It really is just literally like, meat, like steak or something along those lines. Not especially flammable.
Okay. In that case, I have nothing.
Mhm.
Aside from loading a hand cannon with.
Mhm.
You know what? No, I have something. Gear things is in progress.
Mhm.
Number 9 is barking out orders to the soldiers, of
Right.
course. And as the gear things is active, I want to again use the perk with for
Mhm.
concert appropriate atmospheric effects.
Okay.
We get a laser machine up here on the
Sure.
tower.
Mhm.
And as far as I understand it, our guy is dueling someone else, right?
Yes.
And this someone else seems to be a formidable combatant.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to make it my sole job to be blinding this person with a laser.
You're gonna try and hit it with a laser light. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Done.
But this is like literally just like a
Mhm.
light, right? Like the
Yeah.
laser is not gonna hurt them, but I'm just like
Yeah.
aiming
No.
for
But
the eyes, like at all
but yeah.
times.
Do not look into the laser with remaining eye. Yes, I understand.
Yes.
So, okay, Majolica, you are jogging behind the knights coming up on the battle scene. What are we doing?
Can I fully see the Solaris Knight yet?
Okay, when the phalanx slammed into the wall, it forced two of the guard sergeants aside, leaving that gap for Gemma to jump through. While that gap was open, yes, you can see the Solaris Knight through the gap in his guards.
Okay, then at that moment, I would like to viewpoint him.
Okay. This is going to be interesting. All right. You leap in. This is the mental equivalent of staring into the sun. Um, the surface thoughts that you get in here are just alien. But it's largely filled with, again, just bright, searing light and heat that somehow your brain is perceiving, even though none of those senses of yours should be here. Um,
Getting flashbanged in every sense at once.
Basically, yeah. Um, Underneath all of that, though, is kind of a more, prosaic thought pattern, uh, which can pretty much be summed up like, "So we meet again, old friend." Like they're really settling up for the epic showdown. When last we met, I was a student. Now I am the master. That kind of a thing. Only it's not actually what he's saying.
Yeah.
But it's this assault on your senses that kind of make it hard to get past any of the rest of it.
Fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna focus for the time being. Stay hidden.
Okay.
I'm not messing with him yet.
Yeah. And when you can kind of squint enough, you can see Gemma, who is now coming to face him. You have, I'm assuming, a limited experience of sword fighting. But to your eyes, at least, both of these people are very good.
I think Majolica swung a sword once.
Yeah. But you've seen movies, and these look good. Anyway.
Really good choreography.
Wes Anderson was clearly involved. But anyway. So, like, dueling back and forth easily. The thing is, though, you catch what number 9 saw at the beginning. The Solaris Knight is moving again with, like, lithe, fluid precision. Not an ounce of energy is wasted in its attacks. Gemma is slightly stiff by comparison, as though she just can't, get her body to move as swiftly as she once did. And she's starting to go more and more on the defensive as her Starlight sword is dueling his Sunblade. There's a crack of a rifle, and yet another one of these guards gets pierced in an eye socket. And again, his fellows just smack it out of the way as they're trying to deal with the bee swarm of the other knights. For all that they're, attacking these guys, their bone armor is thick and hard to get through. But their starlight swords also seem to be better able to cut this stuff than you might have thought. The big issue actually is that when they do finally get in there, you get that same spray of blood or ichor or whatever the hell these things have in front of them. And, like you saw, number 9 and Crow kind of get drenched in this stuff. And while it looked icky, it was no big deal. They're recoiling like somebody threw boiling water on them. You can actually see burns forming on their skin. And since Majolica would be the main one to see this, though, if Crow at any point was adjusting his attention to see what's happening beyond the guards while he's aiming at them, you see Gemma get fainted out of position. The Solaris Knight's sword is coming down, and there's a flash of rainbow light as Aurora snaps her fingers. Gemma's left arm is now covered in identical armor to the Solaris Knight. And it blocked the sun sword stroke that probably should have severed Gemma's arm. And Gemma staggers back in shock. What are you doing? Aurora just smiles. I'm helping. Actions. I know Tomáš is away for a minute or 3.
Okay.
What are the pair of you doing, if anything different from what you were doing before?
Aurora saved her. I was about to. Aurora saved her. So, Majolica, is there with enough of the guards taken down? Is there like a clear angle to see in there now?
Not quite a clear one, but with a little moving around, jostling around, you can keep them in sight.
Okay, yeah, that's all I need. And I'll just wait for an opportunity.
Okay. What kind of opportunity are you waiting for? What exactly is the plan?
I am waiting for Gemma to start attacking again.
Okay. You're going to try and disrupt the Solaris Knight when it comes in. Okay. Gotcha.
Perhaps.
Well, we'll find out. Crow, are we continuing to focus on the guards?
I'm assuming I've thinned them out to some degree where it seems like there's going to be interference, and it seems like they don't want to interfere either. They're pushing them away from the fight. Is that right?
Yeah, that would seem. Well, they're pushing them away when you shoot them. They're pushing them away so they don't crush the knight. So you think it might just be straight self-preservation there. But no, so far you've seen all of these sergeants are focusing on the 8 knights that charged with Gemma. You have so far taken, there were like 10 or 12 or so. You've taken down 4. And the knights seem to be keeping the others more or less busy. Though clearly they're not taking them down as easily as you are. So.
And just in case it changes the action, I would like to point out that number 9 had summoned a ballista for a crow.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I did forget about the ballista. Well, yeah. Given my ballista and my desire to deal with these guard dudes, all right. So he's definitely seen these in action before. Has the general concept of how they work. So he's going to take the moment to kind of focus on it, think through how it would all work. And for context for other people, Crow does not believe that he is a magical being. He believes in a very almost diluted way
Mm.
that he is just that good. He's just that fast.
Yeah.
Um, and he is going to one man operate this ballista
Mhm.
via a shootout.
Okay. Alrighty.
So like slowly focusing,
Mhm.
thinking about how he's gonna like angle this
Mhm.
thing toward these guard dudes,
Mhm.
and then like
Okay.
just with a snap when he's got it all figured out,
Mhm. All right.
operate the thing like a maniac.
Can I add
Alrighty.
one more thing to this?
Mhm.
Uh, I have the kite shield,
You do. Yes.
which adds knockback to other weapons wielded alongside it.
Mhm.
With all of the actions I'm still doing, I think I
Mhm.
can hold on to like a small laser machine.
Mhm.
I would like to sort of like put my hand on the ballista, my
Mhm.
hand with the guide shield,
Uh-huh.
and be using it to sort of like guide Crow, right? Trying to work with him, like pulling the ballista
Okay.
aside when he needs to direct this to another target.
Mhm.
And of course, as I'm like using my hand with the guide shield to like
Mhm.
redirect the ballista, I want to be imbuing each of the arrows fired with additional knockback.
Uh, with a little bit of energy work, I will allow that.
Yeah,
You you are both definitely hitting low yellow after
Oh
all
yeah.
of this. You're feeling the buzz as your exertions are starting to catch up to you. So so what happens at first, like as though you had timed this and were working in perfect unison? The skeleton crew sends out the one boulder from the onager. You fire up and aim the ballista. They slam into the pair, and two of them just they don't actually, the chest area just sort of caves in on both of them, and they don't drop right away. They kind of have to take a knee from what you've thrown at them, which is enough for some of the knights on the ground to stab into the holes that were just made. Now, the skeletons that were summoned are now starting to carefully reload. Meanwhile, over in Crow, trees just keep flying out. Um, and, in relatively short order, well, I'll just leave it at the guards are becoming less and less of an issue. Uh, cutting to the battle. Um, okay, they start dueling again. Um, and Majolica from inside staring into the sun. You think the inside of your brain is developing a burn? You're not sure. But anyway,
Being a sunburned brain.
like you didn't know you could do that on the inside. That is, there's no cream that reaches that. Anyway, um, the appearance of the armor on Gemma seems to be as disturbing to the knight as it was to Gemma. And that's like really throwing him for a loop. So he's going in, just wanting to end this. So he's fighting um, a little less disciplined than he was before, which
Okay.
is a which is. But then again, Gemma is also a little bit more freaked out in her defense, so it's still kind of evening out.
Yeah.
To whoever makes the next mistake is going to get the next blow in.
So
Anything you want to do at this point?
I'm going to tap my earpiece
Mm-hmm.
so Gemma can hear me.
Yep.
I'm just going to say he's weak on his right. And then I'm going to, once again, using brains or just meat computers,
Mm-hmm.
very subtly just kill his sword a little bit so it's not at the right angle, so the edge alignment's off, or move his arm a little bit off course.
Gotcha.
So it just seems like he's having a, he's off because he's angry or whatever.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's a subtle enough movement. That doesn't kick you out. The fact that it feels like your eyes are starting to boil, that may make you want to, but the rest of it's working fine. The Starlight Sword lashes out. It slips just under his guard and smashes across his face. the ivory mask that he's wearing shatters. And you can now see the dead white skin. You ever see like something that's been freezer burned?
Ugh.
That's basically the side of his face.
Okay.
And so now both of their scars are just on full display, and they go back at it. Swords going back and forth. As near as you can tell, a small forest is being thrown at you. Well, not you specifically, but them.
Does Gemma use anything in her other hand, or is it just one-handed sword?
She is using just the one-handed sword and using it for balance and such more than anything else. That's the way the Solaris Knight is fighting as well. They are both hand and a half swords, so they could potentially go for the two-handed strike, but neither of them has been.
Okay. I could throw her the other sword I have.
You could indeed.
For now, I'm just gonna keep fucking with him. Make him make little mistakes.
Gotcha. Okay, so we're knocking over the guards like Skittles, and they're toppling like bowling pins. And as you're getting them to the ground, Gemma's little phalanx of knights is just getting in there and stabbing them while they're down. So less and less of a protective cordon is around the knights. Are we doing anything besides continuing fire? I'm assuming the answer is no, but I want to give you the option. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Crow would want to interfere with the main fight because it's seems more like a duel, and he can very much respect the pistols at dawn mentality. So yeah, focusing on the guards, making sure there's no other interference, no one else in danger, and otherwise doing what he's doing.
All right, sounds good. Number 9.
Number 9 is much less respectful of duels. Let's do something. I get my hand cannon. I load it with another firework.
Okay.
I'm pitching that this one is particularly annoying. It just like keeps popping and just like the very annoying, very loud one. And he's going to fire it near the dueling people. Not necessarily at them. He's just adding a little bit of firework to the whole thing. And I have of course, Garethings is still going on.
Right.
And I have a perk for Garethings, which makes it so that when enemies are exposed to a Garethings, they become more lethargic. And I'm kind of bringing the Garethings to the enemy fighting here.
Okay.
With the sudden sound besides them and this flashing lights and all of that.
Okay. So next round of the duel is commencing. Suddenly they're essentially the equivalent of flashbangs all around the pair of them, throwing them both off a little bit. Majolica is still trying to, feed Gemma hints while trying to throw off. Majolica, you are pretty much at the point where if you don't break viewpoint, you are going to be suffering internal hemorrhaging.
Okay. Then, as my last action before I break the viewpoint, I'm just going to have him throw his sword off into the distance.
Okay. The interesting thing, you're able to get him to throw his sword arm wide, but the sword doesn't leave his hand.
Ah, dick.
And he's swinging it back in. They're both, once again, kind of taking the opportunity. Because they're both sort of wide open from all of this. The sun sword goes in, coming directly at Gemma's face, and Aurora snaps her fingers again. Suddenly, Gemma is wearing an ivory mask, just like the Solaris Knight was. and it blocks the sword. Her sword lashes out, stabs through a portion of the Solaris Knight's chest armor, and you can see frost starting to form around it. Majolica is the only one close enough to hear it. Gemma is now screaming behind that mask.
Oh. Fun.
Actions.
How close am I?
You are basically where the knights were, so close enough to run up and physically get involved if you wanted to.
Okay. I think I'm just going to throw a smoke bomb in there right now as I go in.
Okay. Smoke bomb duly thrown. Nobody knows what's going on in there anymore. So you guys in the distance see a smoke bomb has been dropped over the dueling site. We are now getting to the point where Crow is running out of targets. And and ballistas are not terribly good at one-on-one weapons, at least not in a duel situation. Where trying to hit one and not the other might be a bit tricky.
Well, 4+ is a skill.
I'm not saying impossible. I'm saying a mite tricky. I chose my words carefully.
I'd imagine there's even just some stamina drain from having to reload the ballista on his own over and over again.
Well, that's the fun part of shootout. It sort of does that for you,
Right, but he's still gonna you still have to cock it. That's
that part, sure. Yeah, definitely.
So even just that.
Oh yeah, you're feeling it for sure, no doubt.
His arms are burning.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all right, yeah. I think that'll do it. And yeah, now he can't see how the fight is going. Dang these mages and their phones. So yeah, not even sure what to make that. What is number 9 doing that he can see?
He has just fired a hand cannon before the smoke.
All right, fireworks, flashbangs.
Yeah, I think they would definitely have a moment where number 9 is idle enough that if Crow wants to share a plan, he would be listening.
Oh, I don't have a plan. But he might catch up to him and be like, well, should we go in or?
And number 9 looks around. So you're saying there's not much of an army anymore at this point?
The vast majority of the army is behind you, besieging the city. Nobody's looked that way in a while, so you're not sure how that's going. But so far as your immediate area goes, yeah, you're large. Like a few of the meat bags are back here as scragglers. But no, you basically took down what the Solaris Knight thought was going to be his invincible guard, because nobody taught him about siege weapons, and
getting a history lesson from number 9, the exhibit museum. Museum exhibit.
Yeah.
Well, number 9 is going to point to the advancing army on the city. Well, not even advancing, right? At this point, actively besieging.
Yeah.
Well, I think they could use a few bolts over there.
Just redirect it.
Yep. I mean, is shootout even still going?
Let's see. You took out a bunch. You probably got a few more shots left in you. Yeah.
All right. Are they getting to the city?
Oh yeah. You remember I mentioned those funnel points? They are fully into those kill zones. You see many of them have been popped either by the Starlight swords or the crystal javelins that were provided earlier with 2 arms. The barriers, at least the ones that you can see clearly from here, seem to be holding. Though in at least one spot you see where the hedgehog barrier actually got pushed over. And it's literally just a wall of knights trying to hold that gap.
Looks like we might be needed elsewhere. And yeah,
Well-
fire a few shots until my shootout runs out.
Okay.
Then,
And
that's all I got for now.
and it's one of those things where, like, again, with your skill, it's easily done, but you're like, all right, aim here. And then it, like, tears through, like, 20 of those things and passes between the gap of two knights, to thud somewhere in the city. Because, again, the trick is not hitting the army, it's missing the defenders. What is number 9 doing?
Oh, should we go?
Like looks towards the bike.
Yep.
All right. And number 9 barks a few last orders at the skeletons and
Right.
the manager. I think the shield wall is about to collapse at this point, anyways.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So, I will have them I will let them have their last shot with the manager before number 9 lowers the banner to just dismiss them, anyways.
Okay, sounds
And yeah, getting on the bike. I want to try to do a controlled shield wall dismiss. So with as number 9 is like riding forward with the bike, he's going to use his Kopesh to sort of like with a gesture part away the shields.
Okay.
So that the bodies are spilling out in like a controlled wave, so he can just pretty much like ride his bike down the slope.
Sure, I'll give that to you on the way down. Those tires are never coming clean. But other than that, I mean, that'll be.
Doesn't need new tires.
Majolica, what are we doing?
So I guess we can't tell if the fight's still going on.
If you mean between Gemma and the Solaris Knight, yes, you can.
We still hear
Because you can see through your own smoke bomb. So
right, I forgot I could do that.
Yeah, so you are able to see it pretty well. Yeah, what you're noticing is that the flames of the sun sword are kind of burning away whatever the smoke is made from. So it's thinning much faster than you would expect. But yeah, they both seem skilled enough to at least fight at least somewhat by sound. And so it's like a little tentative, but they're finding each other, clashing on.
Okay.
It looks like the Solaris Knight is about to make another touch, and now Gemma has a gold gauntlet on one hand, as the Sun Sword would have come down on it.
But I'm gonna head in. I wanna still be in very very sneaky. And I just want to give him like a little stab in the back of the knee with the stone I sort of have.
Okay. So you're circling around and
just drive it right in there.
Yep. And you lead. You do the the Witch King stab in the back.
Yeah.
Which gives Gemma the opening to slash down with her own sword, and it bites deeply into the Solaris Knight's neck. And by the time the smoke clears, of the 9 knights that went out there with you, 5 of them are still standing. And they are there to bear witness to Gemma, half clad in what looks like the Solaris Knight's armor, driving her sword into the neck of the Solaris Knight. The sun sword winks out, and Gemma immediately drops her sword and starts pulling at the mask on her face, trying to claw it from her. Apparently without success.
Aurora, can you get that off of her?
I put it on her. It'll keep her safe.
There's no more fighting right now. Get it off her.
Oh, but there will be. There's always more fighting to be done.
Mhm. What does Aurora look all? What's she doing right now?
Aurora is just looking pleased as punch. Gemma won, and she's got a pretty new outfit.
You know what, Aurora? I won our contest, so you have to do something for me. Because I fired 6 shots into that crowd and killed 6 extra demons.
She consults her clipboard. Oh, all right.
She'll be fine without the armor for now. Let her take it off. And I'll still show you the weird stuff I got.
She snaps her fingers, and only the mask comes away. Aurora just leans down and stares eye to eye with Sir Gemma. You know this is your fate one day, don't you? And Aurora turns and just floats off on the battlefield in the direction of the mistake.
Should we kill her?
I don't know if we could.
Is Crow noticing this?
You were turned around heading the other direction last I checked.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh.
The pair of you thud into the, well, not thud, but I mean, I assume you're coming down with another rain of death on the back of the army here.
Oh, I have a
And-
better plan.
Oh, what you doing? What you doing?
So there's like one major kill zone through which they are mostly being funneled.
Well, there
Mostly.
are several kill zones, but you're in front of one of the major ones in this section of the siege. Yeah.
I assume one of those kill zones though is going to be much more contested than others.
Agreed.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Just before heading towards that, I will instruct Crow from a safe distance that this may be the right time to jump off the bike.
All right.
Right, I will slow down nicely enough so that Crow can just jump down without having to worry about the speed too much. As number 9 is, well, let me consult with you an idea first. Obviously they are already crowded in the kill zone.
Yep.
And that is an issue. Like there's enemies. But if they were to be even more crowded, even more densely like packed together, that would be a problem for them because they couldn't really move very well, and there's even more easy targets for the soldiers on our side, right?
True.
All right.
That's all correct.
In that case, as I let Crow jump down from the bike, I am going to do the signature number 9 scream, which I will not do because it's already midnight where I am. So
Fair.
just imagine number 9 screaming as he's charging into this kill zone, full speed ahead, and I want to be just charging forward, using 2 arms
Okay.
to summon pretty much like what do you call those thing? Like a crash dummy thing, like
Okay.
around him. Yeah, like an inflatable something that will keep him alive as he crashes into this wave of enemies.
Okay.
And he's just charging his bike full strength, and I want to use the impact into the back of the enemies to summon a shield wall, pushing them even further, like into each other.
I'm picturing this bike in a hamster ball, but you put it in a Zorb somehow. I don't know. Anyway, but between that and the shield wall, you are basically pressing them like a panini into the barbs of the partitions they've got up and directly into the swords. Uh, you actually the small problem you have is like they can't stab fast enough as they're now kind of being pushed into the kill zone even more unwillingly than they were before. Um, Blood and gore rains down upon your wall and the top. It comes over the top. It's like you should be completely covered from everything, and you're still drenched somehow at the end of this. Um, and as that kill zone completely empties out, as Gemma is standing there victorious, but just staring off at Aurora drifting off into the distance, the sun rises. Spring turns to summer. And the forces of the mistake, knowing this is no longer their time as the people of the remnant start to wake, begin to withdraw. And all of your badges ping.
Number 9 reaches into a pocket for a cigarette.
Mm-hmm.
How many do you have?
This is the last one.
It better be.
The answer is yes. That is how many cigarettes he has.
500 cigarettes. Yeah. Majolica is going to, give Gemma like a pat in the back.
Mm-hmm.
This won't help for long, but I'll veneer her back to her regular self.
Mm. And she just
Don't know
kind
how
of
long that will last, but
she just looks up at you. I'm going to prove her wrong. Gemma uses her sword to kind of pull herself back up. And you're not sure who she's trying to convince, her or the knights around her. I will not replace the knight I just killed. That will not be my fate.
good. And if you need any more help, they'll, maybe we'll see it. Maybe we'll meet again, and I'll ping out.
Okay.
So I gotta go.
Yep, fair enough. Number 9, Crow. Anything you do before ping out?
Well, I think
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Well, I think number 9 would be collapse on the ground, since his last action was literally to drive full speed into an army of trolls.
Yep.
So he's still on the ground, smoking the cigarette, not really bothering to get up.
Right.
Number 9 made a bunch of plans on the fly on this mission. This was the last plan. That was what I do. So. And it coincided with the end of the mission. Well, that's convenient. So I mean, that crash would be inconvenient, but 4 plus 2 resilience, I think is fine-ish.
Yeah.
And
Maybe,
Crow.
Maybe uses the cigarette smoke to wave at Crow on the ground.
Yeah, so Crow would have had to bail from the motorcycle while in motion, but slowed down. But with 4 reflex, it was trivial for him to just kind of quickly roll and pop back up and dust himself off.
You even look cool while doing it. Yes.
But then, seeing the sun rising, nod, realize the mission is over. See number 9, tip his hat, and ping out.
Very good. All right. Thank you all for joining me on this journey. Any questions about calls I made or the mission in general?
I assume we succeeded, but they did get to the city, but they didn't get far enough.
They did not penetrate the heart. So that is a mission success.
Score.
And for my part, very much enjoyed all of the plays you made. shoot out with a ballista. Cool. Love that. Um, basically, number 9 is a trip whenever he shows up, and it's literally, oh, what's the skeleton guy doing now? And you kept that trend going. Um,
Surprises even me.
Somewhere there's a knight with a screaming demon in his head, and they'll just have to worry about that later. The bike disappeared out from under him. He's in a heap in front of the city now. So,
Oh, no, I did not even realize I have that guy still in the bike and I crashed into the
Maybe he's dead. Maybe that's your problem solved right there.
Does
you
Mind Demon
did
die
not
with him
even
if he
look.
died?
But probably not. Anyway. And Sir Gemma survived. So, though she's not terribly happy about it. So,
Yeah, she seems to have a worse fate ahead of her, but we don't know. To be continued, I assume.
Indeed. Maybe. Sir Gemma's trip was only to follow her through a year. So, but maybe it'll get picked up again some other time. We shall see. What would you guys like to name this?
Oh.
Well, obviously this needs to be called Mad 9 as number how missions are.
I don't know what. I'm thinking something along the lines of like Gemma's Last Stand or possibly Gemma's Folly, although we don't necessarily know if that's true or not.
I'm good with either of those.
It's so hard to think of those in a foreign language.
No,
when it's midnight.
True. I'm good with Gemma's Last Stand, unless we can think of something else later.
I'll take it.
I mean, is it her last stand though? Last stand so far.
Depend. Let's see.
Until next season.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
What? Gemma's Last Stand until later?
No, just calling it until next season.
Is that true? We don't know.
Well, yeah, but there's the season thing, isn't there?
When do they come back?
Maybe in fall. Who knows?
I will just title it Gemma until next season.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
All right. Very good. Thank you both for making the end of this series truly memorable. A pleasure as always. And on behalf of all of my friends here, we hope you enjoyed this Enclave adventure. And until next we meet, be well, my friends.